This is Audible.
Tesla versus Edison, a captivating guide to the War of the Currents and the life of Nikola Tesla and Thomas Edison. Created by Captivating History, narrated by Duke Holm. Edison versus Tesla. Who was the real winner in the War of the Currents? Human history has seen many surprising and profound turning points. Our distant ancestors discovered fire and invented tools. They developed languages and writing. They built shelters, temples, and schools, sometimes warred against each other, and organized complex systems of governance, social organization, and production. This last, the ways that humans learned to use raw materials to create activity and resources, set the stage for the most compelling and life-altering phase of the modern era, the Industrial Revolution. One important way the Industrial Revolution changed the world was in how people thought about work and production. Previously, artisans or tradesmen made products in their entirety from start to finish. A dressmaker might weave fabric, design a dress, fit the wearer, likely a child or sister, and sew the finished product all on his or her own. The butcher would slaughter, prepare, package, and sell, or more likely trade his meat. These types of professions provided subsistence-level income. The notion of profit was still in its infancy. There were two types of tools, hand tools and rudimentary machines powered by hand, like the spinning wheel and the potter's wheel. As a result, production of any product in a substantial quantity was slow. Without disposable income or access to products, personal possessions were few and highly valued. An independent adult in pre-industrial England likely possessed one pair of shoes, one or two sets of clothes, some rough dishware, a Bible, and little else. Pre-industrial life was largely rural in character, and everyone worked from childhood to late adulthood. Few lived to be truly elderly. Many women died in childbirth, many children in infancy, and poverty, plagues, wars, and lack of hygiene killed off many others. So populations grew very slowly, if at all. The changes to production ushered in by the Industrial Revolution provided the impetus for vast, irreversible social and economic change. One of the most important changes was electrification. What forces drove the innovations that resulted in the momentous changes that came with industrial revolutions in Europe and America? 1. A revolution in agricultural production may have been the most significant. Briefly, new and more efficient techniques in crop and livestock management, in concert with legal changes that permitted the wealthy to force small landholders to relinquish their property, resulted in the production of surplus food and the migration of the rural poor to cities seeking work. With surplus supplies to sell, farmer owners sought new market opportunities. More food was available, and it sold at lower prices. This resulted in population growth, and with it, the rise of consumerism. Popular education was advancing into the countryside and poor communities, and became compulsory for most children in Britain and America by the early 19th century. Into this exciting historical period, two remarkable men were born, tied by birth to different continents, but connected by similar interests. Each indelibly marked their generation and those that followed with their genius and foresight. Nikola Tesla was born in 1856 in Smiljan, Croatia, part of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, to Serbian parents. His father, Milutin, was a serious but not unkind Orthodox priest. His mother, Juka, was more like her clever, sometimes willful son. Although blind, she made inventions of her own, including a mechanical egg beater, to lighten the heavy work of caring for her home and family. The Tesla home boasted a modest library that included classics of prose and fiction, as well as scientific tombs. Milutin was a writer and poet, and Nikola, gifted with a remarkable memory, learned many passages from classic works by heart by the time he was a teen. He was a curious child, and fascinated by all things scientific. An early bout of cholera gave him a chance to read, and later he said, "Of all things, I love books most." Much of his early learning took place at home, supervised by his mother and father, until he entered a school in Karlstad, Croatia, where he took an early interest in the relatively new field of electricity. For a brief time, the young scholar was distracted by some of the charms of the big city and took to gambling. He was even expelled briefly for missing classes. Soon, though, he reverted to being a serious student. Tesla excelled and later studied at the Austrian Polytechnic in Graz. His talents were unusual. He could conduct integral calculus in his mind, and throughout his life, he rarely used paper and pencil to work out problems. He had an amazing ability to concentrate on deeply complex problems and produce workable solutions in this way. He explained his talents this way. When I get an idea, I start at once building it up in my imagination. I change the construction, make improvements, and operate the device in my mind. It is absolutely immaterial to me whether I run my turbine in thought or test it in my shop. I even note if it's out of balance. There is no difference whatsoever, the results are the same. In this way, I am able to rapidly develop and perfect a conception without touching anything. His obsessive thinking was occasionally a problem as it distracted him from schoolwork and kept him awake late into the night. He even left university for a period due to a nervous breakdown. His father tried to force young Nikola to choose the priesthood as his profession, but the young genius balked at the idea. Later, he continued his education in electrical engineering at the Charles Ferdinand University in Prague. He produced on telephone and electrical systems and became very familiar with direct current, DC, an electrical system that at the time used brushes that transferred an electrical current to a rotating shaft to power a motor. Tesla was the kind of inventor who had eureka moments. He called them visions, and in this way he came up with the rotating magnetic field polyphase alternating current, AC electric motor, a way to generate current without the additional friction. He has retold the story himself as follows. One afternoon, which is ever present in my recollection, I was enjoying a walk with my friend in the city park and reciting poetry. At that age, I knew entire books by heart, word for word. One of these was Goethe's Faust. The sun was just setting and reminded me of a glorious passage. The glow retreats, done is the day of toil. It yonder hastes, new fields of life exploring. Ah, that no wing can lift me from the soil. Upon its track to follow, follow soaring. As I uttered these inspiring words, the idea came to me like a flash of lightning, and in an instant the truth was revealed. I drew with a stick on the sand the diagram shown 6 years later in my address before the American Institute of Electrical Engineers. The system he envisioned would use a transformer to increase or decrease voltage in transit. Both current and voltage can be reversed in this system. It was unique and promised to seriously impact the application of electrical power. In truth, there was nothing instantaneous about Tesla's discovery. He had read and studied widely, and had a deep understanding of the theories that underpinned his work. Unfortunately, Tesla was not a talented self-promoter, and though his career took him across Europe, investors in both Germany and France turned down the amazing opportunity he presented them, to be the first to employ his AC technology. Edison's French, called Continental Edison, hired Tesla in 1882. His job was to repair DC electrical systems in Strasbourg and Paris. He could both speak and write in German, and so was an asset to his employers. At the same time, he continued to work on his AC motor prototype and gave his first demonstration in 1883. Characteristically, Tesla had neglected to secure the appropriate patents for his work, and this would become a problem for him in later years. Fortunately, a couple of wealthy uncles had taken an interest in his career, and they offered to fund an overseas trip so that Tesla could try his luck with American investors. In 1884, Tesla came to America bearing a letter of recommendation from Charles Batchelor, his former supervisor at Continental Edison, and a close colleague of Thomas Edison's. The letter read, "My dear Edison, I know two great men, and you are one of them. The other is this young man." Tesla was indeed gambling on Batchelor's ability to persuade Edison to take him on. By all accounts, Tesla was down to his last 4 cents when he hit the shores of Manhattan Island. Edison did trust his old colleague, and so hired Tesla to improve the power generator designs at his Edison's Machine Works. He challenged Tesla to improve his DC power generating plants and promised him $50,000 if he was successful. DC was an imperfect system in a number of ways. Firstly, it was inefficient, as it generated a significant amount of friction, slowing the transmission considerably. It was also limited in terms of the distance it could cover. Still, Edison was hopeful that Tesla could improve the system, allowing Edison to outstrip his competitors. Soon, Tesla rankled at Edison's unusual haphazard work practices, saying, if he had a needle to find in a haystack, he would not stop to reason where it was most likely to be, but would proceed at once, with the feverish diligence of a bee, to examine straw after straw until he found the object of his search. I was almost a sorry witness of such doings, knowing that a little theory and calculation would have saved him 90% of his labor. Edison Machine Works was located in Manhattan on the Lower East Side. At the time, the area was mostly factories and tenements, and had a very high proportion of Yiddish-speaking Jewish immigrants. Living conditions for the newest Americans were beyond challenging. Most significantly, fires were a constant risk, as few had central light and heat, and many died as a result. Although Manhattan became the best-known battlefield in the War of the Currents, Paris was a significant site of contention as well. The French, although not fond of American attitudes in general, were great admirers of the inventiveness of Thomas Edison. He fit the French proletariat ideal of a genius in his own right, one who had achieved wonders without class privilege to support him, and little in the way of formal education. He exemplified a central goal of France's Third Republic, a civilization and its citizens unfettered by old systems of entrenched power and patronage. During the 1878 Paris Exposition, the Avenue de l'Opéra, an important part of the vast overhaul of Paris public works that took place beginning in 1853, was lit by arc lamps running on close to 3,000 volts. Although an impressive display for visitors, the arc lamps had limited practical application. Due to their extreme brightness, they could be used only out of doors or within very large interior spaces. Furthermore, they were notoriously dangerous for lineman installers to work with and resulted in many deaths. Still, an envious Edison worked doggedly to improve his incandescent bulb, which was far more practical for general-purpose lighting, and he revealed the latest prototype a year later. By 1880, though, Americans were using arc lamps for some applications, most notably to light New York's famous Broadway. Developing the incandescent bulb had been one of Edison's pet project, and he had tried many types of filaments to conduct the current before he found one that worked best, and made his lamp, bulb, one of the most recognizable iconography in the world. Born in 1847 in Milan, Ohio, Edison was a precocious and intelligent child. Like Tesla, Edison had a powerful maternal influence. His mother, Nancy Matthews Elliott, both protected her sickly child and encouraged him to explore his insatiable curiosity. Many stories abound of little Thomas experimenting with the people, animals, and object that made up his world. For example, he once sat upon a chicken egg to see if he could hatch it. As a youngster, he lost a good deal of his hearing. The exact cause is unknown, but possibly scarlet fever. He was an entrepreneurial teenager and came up with a variety of money-making schemes, a habit that continued throughout his life. Edison's best-known invention, aside from the incandescent light bulb, is his invention of the phonograph. Throughout the 1880s, the laboratory he built in Menlo Park produced hundreds of inventions. He was frugal in his use of materials, and often advised junkyards or dismantled failed inventions to source parts. He also wasn't shy of borrowing the ideas of others, and proclaimed, "I am not overly impressed by the great names and reputations of those who might be trying to beat me to an invention. It's their ideas that appeal to me. I'm quite correctly described as more of a sponge than an inventor." This is not to say that Edison didn't have his own inventive genius. He most certainly did. But he was not above making the most of whatever was available to improve his work. Edison, like Tesla, was a talented inventor and had invested deeply, both personally and financially, in the DC system. His approach to invention differed from Tesla's. Unlike the contemplative Serbian, Edison believed the best way to invent was to try out his ideas and to keep trying until his ideas worked, or until he had improved enough on someone else's invention to claim it as his own. Even though he had begun to expect that DC was not a superior technology, he was reluctant to spend even more money and time making the switch to AC. DC was a potentially hazardous system because it stored current after the system shut down. Still, Edison had a fragile ego, and having to admit his mistake would be a serious blow to his pride. Tesla was able to improve the DC system, but when Edison refused to pay the $50,000, saying he'd only offered it as a joke, Tesla quit in a rage. For a while, he was content to dig the ditches where Edison was burying his DC lines, but his complacency didn't last long. George Westinghouse, another leader in the electrical industry, hired Tesla away from Edison, and thus the lines in the War of Currents were drawn. Westinghouse had established Westinghouse Electric in 1886 to compete with Edison's monopoly of around 1,500 generating stations. Originally, Westinghouse had worked in D.C. with the aid of physicist William Stanley Jr. Eventually, both men switched their allegiances to AC, and using an alternator designed by Stanley, they began commercial production of AC plants. Westinghouse agreed with Tesla's position that losses in electrical transmission depended on the strength, intensity of the current. P equals I, 2 times R, circulating through the system. Employing transformers, invented in the prior century, AC electrical power could travel on small wires over much greater distances than DC. In addition, the customer could determine the voltage of the power they wished to use at the receiving end. Both Tesla and Edison were eccentric, each in his own way. Tesla had his visions, and later in life demonstrated symptoms that we might now call obsessive-compulsive disorder, including hypervigilance about what he ate and other excessively methodical behaviors, such as counting how many steps he took and washing his hands whenever he came in contact with a surface or a handshake. Edison, on the other hand, was an expert promoter and performer and loved to draw a rapt audience to his lab or event. He had a knack for identifying inventions and trends that would appeal to a hungry market. Often because his name became so well known, Edison received more credit than may have been his due. For example, when Bell displayed and demonstrated his telephone at the Philadelphia Exposition in 1876, newspapers credited Edison with the inventive triumph. In fact, neither Edison nor Tesla can take all the credit for the profound shift created by electrification. Many participated in the project from a number of different angles. In 1884, 3 engineers in Hungary's Ganz factory produced critical transformer technology, known as the ZBD team. Karoly Zipernowski, Otto Blathy, and Miksa Dary addressed the problem of reliably regulating voltage with their invention of the closed-core transformer. Even more importantly, they were the first to connect transformers in parallel, eliminating many of the inefficiencies caused by series connections. By 1887, the number of Westinghouse power stations was rising and rapidly catching up to Edison's installations. Other competitors, including the United States Illuminating Company and the Waterhouse Electric Light Company, were keeping Edison busy chasing lawsuits over patents. Sometimes Edison was unable to see the bigger picture, manage his affairs, or realize the full potential of his work, resulting in only a partial success. For example, Edison loved his phonograph, but did not really see it as a medium for music. He was not only distracted by lawsuits and financial matters. Edison's own employees were begging him to make the switch to AC before his doggedness destroyed the company, but also by whichever newfangled ideas were waved under his nose. Edison, though undeniably talented, did not have an intellect to match his rival. Edison's illuminating company is another example. Originally, his primary competitors for business were gas utilities. A combination of factors secured his initial success. Firstly, DC current could be generated using batteries. During times when power interruption was frequent, this was an attraction. Also, DC generators were generally economical and reliable, and many customers already owned motors and lamps that required DC. Finally, DC seemed to be the best system for operating motors. It worked in Edison's favor throughout the 1880s. Still, DC had fatal flaws. Primarily, it could not send a transmission further than about 1 mile, and so numerous generators had to be built to supply electricity to the size of New York. The generators relied on expensive copper components, and the cost became more than the company could bear, even with enthusiastic boosters at City Hall. The very public conflict between these men and their sponsors, other wealthy and powerful men, played out in the political realm, as well as in the papers and entertainment circles of the day. A warning from the Edison Electric Light Company was an 84-page pamphlet that Edison Electrical sent to newspapers and stakeholders around the country. It claimed, among many things, that DC had never been responsible for a death, and by way of contract, that AC was a constant menace. Edison tried to show that AC was far too dangerous to become part of a daily use, playing into the fears of many. Edison spoke plainly in his fear-mongering. Just as certain as death, Westinghouse will kill a customer within 6 months after he puts in a system of any size. One seeming advantage of DC was that the lines ran underground. In contrast, there were a number of deaths caused by the lines in early overhead AC systems. In 1888, an AC line in New York City snapped during a storm, killing a young boy. Edison attributed such deaths to greedy lighting companies. Gradually, other power companies were adopting AC, and Edison tried mightily to ruin the reputation of both AC as a system and Westinghouse as a citizen. Another New York electrical engineer, Harold Pitney Brown, opposed the use of alternating current and blamed slapdash installation of the lines for the dangers. Installing the lines was a risky business. In 1889, at least 5 linemen and a merchant were killed as a result of the work, and an unfortunate fruit merchant also died when his display touched one of the lines. Public deaths panicked citizens, and Brown and Edison used the opportunities to direct blame towards Tesla and Westinghouse. Brown wrote a scathing condemnation of AC to the New York Post, calling the system damned. Brown, who at first had little to no connection to Edison, later formed an alliance to bring down AC, and they may have also colluded in lobbying for legislation to restrict installation of AC systems. Brown also presented evidence that AC was the ideal system to power the controversial electric chair, and worked closely with the Thomson-Houston Electric Company, a primary competitor in AC technology, to ensure a Westinghouse generator powered the first electrocution. Edison wryly called electrocution getting Westinghoused. In 1882, a New York dentist named Dr. Alfred P. Southwick had proposed that an electric chair could and should replace the morbid spectacle and inhumane practice of hanging the condemned. New York State politicians agreed and made the new method in practice in 1888. Initially, Edison had opposed the death penalty, but later he came to see the controversy as an opportunity to weaken his competition. When asked by a New York politician for his input into the matter, Edison said, "Hire out your criminals as linemen to the New York electric lighting companies." Westinghouse tried to work out a civil solution to the debate and made the following remarks in a letter to Edison. "I believe there has been a systematic attempt on the part of some people to do a great deal of mischief and create as great a difference as possible between the Edison Company and the Westinghouse Electric Company, when there ought to be an entirely different condition of affairs." Edison was not willing to come to heel and rejected the offer of reconciliation. Fed up with Edison's theatrics, Westinghouse also began a letter-writing campaign, suggesting to the newspapers that Brown and Edison were in cahoots, a claim they each vociferously denied. Soon, though, They teamed up to present horrific demonstrations of the dangers of AC by using Edison's laboratory in West Orange to electrocute animals, mostly stray dogs apprehended by local children, but also a horse, for the benefit of the public. Much later, evidence was uncovered that suggested Edison had paid for the publication of Brown's letters and research findings. Westinghouse's response to all of the attacks on AC tended to be muted. He offered evidence of its safety based on his and Tesla's research, and was unintimidated by Edison's theatrics. Unfortunately, when the first accused killer, a street peddler named William Kemmler, was sentenced to death, AC technology was employed, in large part because Edison had assured a panel of experts that 1,000 volts of AC was enough to kill any man. The execution was bungled. Kemmler didn't die immediately, much to the horror of witnesses, and what occurred instead of a clean kill was the prolonged torture of a condemned man. George Westinghouse famously commented, "They would have done better using an axe." The debate over the relative safety of each electrical system was a significant aspect of the battle for electrical supremacy. The implementation of an electric chair for execution was not as much to the fore as other aspects of the War of the Currents, but only because much of the decision-making took place behind the scenes. Tesla did not possess the same ability to attract media attention, although he did many interviews for serious publications of science and engineering. Luckily, AC spoke for itself. The system's simplicity and flexibility made it the obvious choice for a public that was ready for electrical everything from reading lights to electric stoves and beyond. Additionally, gaps left over in power supply, due to intermittent placement of Edison's generators, created an opportunity for AC to attract customers. In 1888, Westinghouse purchased Tesla's patent for AC. Tesla was paid $25,000 in cash, $50,000 in notes, and a $2.50 royalty per horsepower for each motor. With his new income, Tesla was a multimillionaire by age 35. Tesla became an American citizen on July 30th, 1891. Later, Westinghouse would beg Tesla to release him from the royalties agreement, as it was threatening the financial viability of the company. Tesla graciously agreed. Meanwhile, Edison had stepped away from electricity as a business. In 1892, Edison's Electric cooperated in a merger with Thomson Houston to create General Electric. Without access to the AC patents held by Thomson Houston, GE may not have become the largest electric company of its time, followed closely behind by Westinghouse. The War of the Currents ended conclusively in 1893, when the Chicago World Columbian Exhibition selected Westinghouse and Tesla's AC system to light the White City. The AC generators perfected by Tesla gave the exposition its famed white glow, seen for miles around. The exhibition eclipsed the ones that had preceded it for its amazing display of innovations, including the lights. That same year, the Niagara Hydroelectric Operation also adopted Tesla's, and by this time also Westinghouse's, AC system to transmit power. Edison had largely removed himself from the industry by this time, and has lost stakeholder power in Edison General Electric. His other projects, including iron ore refining, were promising to be successful, and Edison had grown tired of flogging DC's dead horse. He seemed to concede his error when in a 1908 letter to George Stanley, son of AC transformer inventor William Stanley Jr., Edison wrote, "Tell your father I was wrong." Unlike Tesla, who never married and was rumored to be celibate, Edison had a large family, and by this time, grandchildren and even great-grandchildren to keep him busy. In 1891, Henry Villard orchestrated a merger between Edison General Electric and Thomson Houston, dropping the name Edison to create General Electric. Thomas Edison didn't find out about the merger until it was already accomplished. This meant that General Electric and Westinghouse now held primary control over electrification of the entire nation. Some of Edison's DC systems remained in use until the early part of the 20th century. Helsinki used DC transmission into the middle of the 20th century. For example, In Stockholm, even later, but for the most part, DC was used for particular applications, such as when distances were very small, or when only low voltages were required, as in telephones and some electric railways. Rare off-grid systems where power generation is isolated and only needed for short distances still employ DC as well. It's clear that Nikola Tesla and his AC system were the clear winner in the War of the Currents. Not only did AC become the preferred system for most domestic, civic, and national applications, but in the process of establishing its superiority, Tesla revealed that Edison had the leanings of a Chautauqua tent preacher, full of bluster and spectacle, but lacking substance. Also, Tesla's partner Westinghouse was far better at judiciously managing investment into the system, whereas Edison made many costly mistakes. Westinghouse, for example, purchased critical patents from competitors like Consolidated Electrical Light, and purchased other companies, including the Waterhouse Electric Light Company and the United States Illuminating Company, which meant that in addition to acquiring valuable arc lighting systems, Westinghouse held all of the patents for incandescent light technology not in Edison's control. Although Westinghouse had to seek investors to complete his integrated AC system, and was briefly threatened with a takeover by bigwigs such as J.P. Morgan and the Vanderbilts, ultimately, Westinghouse and Tesla successfully fought off both critics and aggressive industrialists. Still, Edison may have lost the War of the Currents to the brilliant introvert Tesla, but he won the publicity war, at least for the rest of the 20th century. Edison's name and image, his recognition for inventions like the phonograph, incandescent light bulb, and the movie camera, kinetoscope, impressed his image onto the psyche of the popular American public. The iconic light bulb represents the concept of ideas the world over. There's been a recent resurgence of interest in Tesla's contribution, and many films, including an animation, and biographies have been produced about the unique man. In 2003, two engineers, Martin Eberhard and Mark Tarpenning, formed Tesla Motors in response to GM's failed experiment with electric cars. Their first vehicle, a sporty roadster, used an AC motor based closely upon Nikola Tesla's original 1882 prototype. Since then, the company has sold more than 250,000 cars, and under the leadership of storied investor Elon Musk, Tesla Motors has contributed components to Daimler AG, Mercedes-Benz, Toyota, and even Panasonic electric vehicles. Most recently, Musk approved the release of all of the Tesla patents held by the company to the public through the open source movement. In an effort to further promote environmentally responsible investment and production, this gesture means that anyone in the world may now access the technology required to build a clean, quiet, and safe power supply, potentially freeing millions who still live in dark, intemperate, and unclean conditions. Nikola Tesla would have approved of Musk's generosity. He never married, but was known to be a caring man, and toward the end of his life, Tesla found companionship with a pigeon who'd visited his hotel room window. Tributes to Tesla exist the world over. A museum in his hometown of Smilj in Croatia, statues and other monuments in Niagara Falls and New York City, New York, Serbia, New Zealand, and Azerbaijan. There's an impressive statue representing Tesla's generator in the city of Prague, and too many plaques, busts, and other tributes to count. One of the most compelling of these tributes is the statue of Tesla created by Ivan Mestrovich in 2006, one of Croatia's most renowned sculptors, and now displayed in Zagreb. Tesla and Mestrovich had been friends and correspondents in the early 20th century. In 1934, only a handful of years prior to his death, Tesla asked Mestrovich to sculpt him. The completed sculpture shows a seated Tesla with one elbow resting on his knee and his chin in his hand. He looks deep in contemplation, and the work beautifully captures the intensity of his character and genius. Nikola Tesla died at age 86 on January 7, 1943. He was alone in his room at the Hotel New Yorker, had few friends, and had no money to show for his incredible contributions to science and humanity. But those accomplishments live on and continue to have profound impact on the way we live. Part 1. Nikola Tesla. A Captivating Guide to the Life of a Genius Inventor. Introduction. Obsessive, brilliant, and tortured. Nikola Tesla was lauded for his invention of the alternating current, AC, and other significant contributions to science. His claim that harnessing the forces of nature was the only worthwhile scientific endeavor both impressed and enraged the scientific community. Eventually, his peers could no longer dismiss his eccentricities and began to view him as a crackpot. A potentially dangerous one. Although Tesla's work was a major factor in the success of the Second Industrial Revolution, he died alone, impoverished, and largely shunned by the scientific community that once hailed him as a genius. Beset by visions, without a wife or children, Nikola Tesla's brilliant mind changed the world, even though at the time of his death he passed unnoticed into obscurity. Chapter 1. Childhood. My mother understood human nature better and never chided. She knew that a man cannot be saved from his own foolishness or vice by someone else's efforts or protests, but only by the use of his own will. Nikola Tesla. Georgina Juka Tesla was born in 1822 in Tomingai, a tiny village in the southern reach of Croatia, part of the Austro-Hungarian Empire at that time. She was the oldest of 8 children. Her father, Nikola Mandic, 1800 to 1863, was a Serbian Orthodox priest like his father before him. At age 16, Juka's mother was blinded, and Juka began taking care of her siblings. A task that may in part explain why she remained illiterate throughout her life, despite her impressive attentiveness. Although living in Croatia, both Juka and her future husband were ethnically Serbian and likely in the minority in tiny Tomingai. In 1847, Juka married Milutin Tesla, born in Raduc, Croatia, in 1819. Milutin attempted to complete training at a military school, but was unsuited to the rigorous discipline. So he left and joined a Serbian Orthodox seminary. Few other career choices existed for young men at the time. He was ordained the year he and Juka married, and was directed by the church to represent Serbian interests in Senj, a coastal town belonging to the Austrian monarchy. Milutin ministered to a small congregation of 40 or so families. Poorly paid and in poorer health, Milutin blamed the cold, damp conditions, saying in a letter to the bishop, "It is impossible to preserve one's health here." Milutin took his small family back inland to the mountainous region of Lika. Nikola Tesla was born July 10, 1856, in Smiljan, Croatia. He was the 4th of 5 children, and legend has it that he was born exactly at midnight during a summer lightning storm. The midwife at attendance, fearful of the bright flashes, said, "He'll be a child of storms." His mother replied, "No, of light." Her devotion to him would see him into adulthood, and he often spoke of her fondly years after her death. Tesla credited his mother for his inventiveness and wrote of her, "An inventor of the first order, and would, I believe, have achieved great things had she not been so remote from modern life and its multifold opportunities. She invented and constructed all kinds of tools and devices, and wove the finest designs from thread which was spun by her. She even planted the seeds, raised the plants, and separated the fibers herself. She worked indefatigably, from break of day till late at night, and most of the wearing apparel and furnishings of the home was the product of her hands." He also once said of Juka that her fingers were nimble enough to tie 3 knots in an eyelash. Milutin was also an influential presence in young Nikolai's life. They studied together, memorizing lengthy passages from the romantic poets like Byron and Shelley, and playwrights like Goethe. Another activity they enjoyed together was trying to guess each other's thoughts. Gifted with an eidetic memory, many years later Nikolai could recall detailed images from his youthful imaginings. He described how, "When a word was spoken to me, the image of the object it designated would present itself vividly to my vision, and sometimes I was quite unable to distinguish whether what I saw was tangible or not. This caused me great discomfort and anxiety." Nikolai learned mathematics, religion, and the German language at his primary school in Smiljan. He and his siblings lived as most country children do, playing outdoors and getting into minor mischief. At age 3, recounts one biographer, he got acquainted with electricity by means of his tomcat. When pulling him by the tail, the back of the cat bathed in light. It was a new experience which will later lead Tesla to become a famous inventor. Is nature one large cat? If it is, who is pulling her by the tail? It can only be God, concluded Tesla. One of little Nikolai's earliest inventions was said to be a stick, with a piece of bent iron or metal and a wire used for catching frogs. Perhaps Tesla was not proud of his early achievement, for he rarely mentioned it when asked about his childhood. Another of Nikolai's earliest recorded inventions was his Maybug propeller. Affixing his helpless insect victims to a small turbine, young Nikolai observed their ability to continue buzzing. Whether his propeller turned under the power of the unfortunate bugs is not clear. Nikolai felt it a successful experiment, only ruined when a neighborhood boy came along and ate the bugs. Perhaps more than a hint of eccentricity comes through in stores of Nikolai's early family life. His father was often overheard expressively talking to himself and felt it critical that both he and young Nikolai commit to memory numerous passages of heavy philosophical and poetic texts. Tesla's mother was also a great memorizer, though she preferred Serbian epic tales and poems. Despite the seriousness of his father's interests, their simple house was always cheerful and busy with congregants and customers of his mother's sewing services. Nikolai was a distracted child, and he was not the student he had the potential to be. He recalls having visions of light and even stated that he envisioned his invention for Niagara long before his 16th birthday. He read voraciously and into the night from his father's impressive scientific library. Fearful for his young son's eyesight, Milutin confiscated all the extra candles in the house, not to purposely be defiant, but simply because he couldn't resist the urge to continue learning. Nikolai took to making his own candles in secret, continuing his nighttime reading habit. Sometimes Nikolai engaged in somewhat dangerous activities. He is said to have leapt off the house roof, attempting to fly. Flying would later become one of his obsessions. And once made a snowball so large it rolled down a hill, smashing into and uprooting a thicket of walnut trees. Another time he nearly drowned attempting to swim under a barge. The oldest child in the Tesla family, Nikola's brother Dane, was also described as a brilliant youth with potential like his brothers. Sadly, a turning point came in Nikolai's life when the family stallion, a gift from Arab friends of Milutin, was startled during a ride, killing 12-year-old Dane. Accounts exist that suggest Nikolai was responsible for the accident, but Nikolai himself has only said, "This horse was responsible for my brother's injuries from which he died. I witnessed the tragic scene. And although 56 years have elapsed since, my visual impression of it has lost none of its force." The family mourned bitterly. Not only accident-prone, but Nikolai was also sickly. When he was born, a Serbian priest came to the home to conduct the baptism because the infant was too sickly to go outside. Later, Nikola contracted malaria from the swampy conditions near his high school in Karlovac. He boarded with his aunt and uncle during this period. A mathematics and physics teacher, Martin Sekulic, mentored him and greatly influenced his future. Sekulic was a published physicist and made efforts to keep his young students abreast of the latest news in scientific discovery. His lab was full of machine prototypes, and he was particularly interested in the properties of light and spectroscopy. Nikola credits Sekulic with introducing him to the mysterious property of electricity in his 1919 autobiographical book entitled My Inventions. Tesla would also return to mathematics as an area of great interest later in his life. At 17 years old, Nikola contracted cholera. He was in bed, his health failing, for nearly 9 months. In fact, his family was so certain of his imminent death that they ordered a coffin. Near death, Nikola implored his father to send him to engineering school, saying the promise of a scientific future might help prevent his death. His father agreed, thinking his son was about to die, but Nikolai surprised the family and made a remarkable and swift recovery. Later, Milutin would be forced to keep his promise. In the interim, though, Nikolai had to find a way to avoid Croatia's compulsory military service. Serbian youth, the boys, were expected to contribute 3 years. But Milutin didn't think that Nikolai, because of his personality and physical limitations, would be a successful soldier. So he permitted him to hide out in the neighboring woods with a hunting rifle and small collection of books. How this banishment affected young Nikolai's mind is difficult to say. Perhaps he discovered a capacity for isolation and came to terms with his peculiar thinking patterns. During this time, Milutin arranged for his son to attend Joanneum Polytechnic School in Austria. In return, Nikolai had to promise 8 years of military service after graduation. But it is possible neither father or son believed this would eventually come to pass. Nikolai was thrilled to be moving on, and his dreams of making important scientific discoveries seemed to draw nearer. Chapter 2. Education and Early Career. Of all things, I liked books best. Nikola Tesla. In 1887, at the age of 21, Nikolai entered Joanneum Polytechnic School in Austria. During the whole first year, I regularly started my work at 3 o'clock in the morning and continued until 11 at night. No Sunday or holidays excepted. Despite his seeming devotion to his studies, there is some evidence he never completed exams and was expelled from the school after his 3rd year for leading an irregular life. It's now known Tesla acquired an over-fondness for gambling, and as a result, the school withdrew his scholarship. In addition, one of Nikolai's professors objected to his insistence that the commutator and brush system at the time used in motors was unnecessary and that a better system could be developed. Tesla was correct. Of course, but it would be many years before he could prove it. Still, Tesla claimed to have loved his schooling in Austria and never missed a lecture, often scolding classmates who slept late or skipped class occasionally. After leaving the Polytechnic, Tesla returned home to Gossach briefly and was relieved when his maternal uncles, Petar and Pavla, agreed to fund his studies. The uncles, about whom we know little, became 2 of the most influential men in Tesla's life, supporting him through critical years of study and, later, immigration. In 1880, Nikolai sought to further his education in Prague. At that time, the Karl Ferdinand University appealed to him, but he arrived in the winter, too late to enroll, and without the necessary language prerequisites. In a nationalist mood, Czechoslovakian was now a requirement for entrance, as was Greek, and Nikolai knew neither. So instead of taking formal classes, he read dozens of works in a variety of languages. He could read 8 languages. In the Clementium Library, now the National Library of the Czech Republic, and a UNESCO-recognized historical site. And inventors at the Narodny Kavarna, People's Cafe. Visiting libraries would become a habit of Nikolai's, even when his fortunes changed and he could afford to buy any work in print he desired. Dvorak was one notable acquaintance of Tesla's during this period, though there were many others. Nikola would sometimes recite from Byron, who was all the rage, at the cafe, or Goethe, but no one knows if he ever recited his own poetry, which he wrote as a way of ordering his thoughts. Nikola, through his reading, became a fan of Johann Kepler, a 17th-century astronomer and mathematician who worked next to Tycho Brahe, discoverer of important laws of planetary movement. Kepler later became Brahe's successor as imperial mathematician. Kepler's interest in light and its functioning in telescopes held particular interest for Tesla, and he'd often wander the street where Kepler had lived with his wife and many children. That first summer in Prague, Tesla audited classes in analytical geometry, experimental physics, and philosophy. Tesla found the philosophy lectures particularly intriguing. He learned about the theory of the human mind as a tabula rasa, blank slate, that absorbed information via the senses. This notion confirmed what Tesla already felt to be true about his own inventiveness, that it was influenced by his experiences and surroundings. In giving addition to his own mental process, Tesla believed he would improve his chances of success. He later wrote, "Most persons are so absorbed in the contemplation of the outside world that they are wholly oblivious to what is passing on within themselves." In some ways, though, Prague may have inspired Tesla's work. By the second half of the 19th century, social and structural problems riddled the city. High mortality rates resulted from frequent flooding and the subsequent spread of disease. The Jewish quarter, renamed Josefstadt in 1850, was one of the worst of the slum areas and was largely demolished in 1896. City leaders hoped to refashion the area into something resembling Paris, then reconsidering when they thought of the height of cosmopolitan centers. Meanwhile, developments were taking place in transport. Horse-drawn trams first appeared around 1879 and the first electric tram in 1891. And the arts with the opening of the Czech National Theatre in 1881. Baroque architectural wonders, such as the Wallenstein Palace, kept company with Gothic and Renaissance structures, including gates, bridges, and stately homes. Tesla said of Prague, "The atmosphere of that old and interesting city was favorable to invention." He became focused on improving his idea for a revolutionary electric motor, and although his experiments were largely unsuccessful, Tesla remained hopeful that he was close to a breakthrough. In 1880, Tesla again made a move, this time to Budapest. His uncle Pavla, in an attempt to set his nephew on a more lucrative path, arranged work for him at the telephone exchange. However, when Nikolai arrived and discovered the exchange was not fully functional, he took a job at the Budapest Central Telegraph Office instead. Shortly after, he transferred to the exchange as its chief electrical engineer. During this period, Tesla became profoundly depressed. Likely due to the mediocrity and repetitiveness of his role at the exchange. Also during this time, he began to consider the principles behind what would later become his most significant invention, alternating current. By this time, Edison's direct current system, DC, was already in use. Its simple technology involved a current running in only one direction, like a battery. And with the 1882 opening of the Pearl Street Station, New York, Edison gave electric light to the world. Demand would soon become a problem, however, and DC technology required ever larger and more numerous power plants. As larger electric motors emerged, the DC system proved unable to meet the greater voltage requirements of industry. At the suggestion of his friend, a mechanic at the exchange, Antal Szigeti, Nikolai began to exercise regularity, hoping to cure his crippling insomnia and sensitivity to light and noise. He wrote of walking through a park and seeing visions while words of Goethe memorized long since echoed in his head. The glow retreats, done is the day of the toil. It yonder hastes, new fields of life exploring. Ah, that no wing can lift me from the soil. Upon its track to follow, follow soaring. Tesla then knelt and with a stick rendered the first sketches of his new machine, the induction motor, into the dirt, just as he had seen in his vision. The system he envisioned would use a transformer to increase or decrease voltage in transit. Both current and voltage can be reversed in this system, setting it apart from anything anyone had devised at that point. In 1882, the French branch of the Edison Company, Continental Edison, hired Tesla to repair the faulty DC electrical systems in Strasbourg, then part of Germany, and Paris. His work included repairs to a DC light system for the German railway. His facility in the German language was pivotal to his success in this role. He had used his spare time in Strasbourg to build and test a prototype for his AC motor. On June 10, 1883, he demonstrated the engine and its rotating magnetic field to potential financial investors. But they apparently did not understand how revolutionary Tesla's invention would prove to be in years to come. Tesla also may have underestimated the value of the AC motor, evidenced by his unfortunate failure to obtain a patent. The Edison Company later refused to pay him. Tesla left the position broke, but with high hopes for a better future in America. Unable to afford anything for his ideas beyond the prototype, he once again looked to his generous uncles to support him. The stories of Tesla's misadventures before he emigrated to America are rife with unconfirmed anecdotes. One story reports he misplaced his tickets and money before even boarding the ship that would take him to New York, while others claim someone robbed him. In either case, he eventually managed to board the ship. Another story relates he nearly went overboard in an attempt to mutiny. But far from having the withered physique of a stereotypical scientist, at 6'6", Tesla supposedly fought off the mutineers.
Whatever the truth to these tales, he arrived safely in New York on June 6, 1884. Among his sparse possession was a book of poetry. Tesla also carried with him a letter of introduction to Thomas Edison, written by Charles Batchelor. The letter, at least, was neither lost nor stolen, and read, "My dear Edison, I know two great men, and you are one of them. The other is this young man." Chapter 3. Patents and Politics. The world moves slowly, and new truths are difficult to see. Nikola Tesla. Upon arrival at the Ellis Island port of New York, it's said that Nikola Tesla had only 4 cents to his name. Despite the disadvantage, he proceeded on foot to the recently built Queen Anne-style Gerlach Hotel and booked rooms, confidently agreeing to payment in full by the end of the week. En route to the hotel, Tesla likely noticed the crude character on his new home, particularly compared to the streets of Paris. He wrote that he found America machined, rough, and unattractive. One author describes in greater detail some of the hazards Tesla would have encountered in his first few days in the city. Single poles carried dozens of crooked crossbeams supporting sagging wires, and the exposed electrical wiring was a constant danger. Unsuspecting children would scale the poles only to meet an untimely electrical demise. The residents of Brooklyn became so accustomed to dodging shocks from electric trolley tracks that their baseball team was called the Brooklyn Dodgers. With sparks exploding from makeshift tram lines, Tesla was likely more encouraged than ever to pursue his goals. Tesla visited Edison within the week, presented his letter of introduction and his idea for an alternating current that could potentially replace dozens of power plants with just one. Tesla's rotating magnetic field had the potential to solve many of the issues that Edison faced with his DC systems. Significantly, generators had to be built every mile or so to supply enough energy for industrial lighting. To light each home also required a generator. Only the wealthy could afford the luxury of electric light. The DC system also required an unreasonable amount of copper wiring and rods. At first, Edison did not see or understand the point of an AC system and considered it impractical and unnecessary. However, he did see the promise in Tesla and offered him a job at the Edison Machine Works. It is likely Edison's ego prevented him from seeing that Tesla's genius had solved a problem that Edison could not. Tesla's first job for Edison involved repairing the troublesome dynamo machines produced in Edison's factories. Tesla was certain he could increase the efficiency. He blamed Edison's style of work on his lack of success and later wrote of him, "If he had a needle to find in a haystack, he would not stop to reason where it was most likely to be, but would proceed at once with the feverish diligence of a bee to examine straw after straw until he found the object of his search. I was almost a sorry witness of such doings, knowing that a little theory and calculation would have saved him 90% of his labor." Later he would claim that Edison had promised him a lottery-like payout of $50,000 if he accomplished the goal of correcting the dynamos. Unfortunately, when having completed the task with startling ease, Tesla called in this promise, and Edison told the naive Tesla he'd only been joking, saying Tesla would have to become more familiar with the American style of banter. Tesla was, understandably, both mortified and angry. In 1885, he quit his job with Edison and took work beneath his skills, although still under the eye of the Edison Company, digging ditches in the dirty New York streets. Despite these reduced circumstances, Tesla maintained his living quarters at the Gerlach Hotel, and more importantly, continued with his experimentation and invention. When not digging ditches, his fertile mind was considering the possibilities of radio transmission, arc lighting systems, generators, and other similar ideas. He even set up a makeshift lab in his living quarters and on the roof of the hotel. He was planning his own future and saving what he could to fund a Tesla electric light and manufacturing. He found investors in Rahway, New Jersey. Benjamin Vail and Robert Lane agreed to finance the fledgling company, and Tesla installed arc lights, popular during this era for lighting the outdoors, under their direction. Tesla improved existing arc light technology by introducing a fail switch, as well as improving their dynamos. These improvements were among the first U.S. patents issued to Tesla. Despite this enormous achievement, Tesla had grander ideas and wanted to pursue development of innovative motors and more advanced electrical systems. Vail and Lane grew tired of Tesla's ambitious and to them unrealistic plans and forced him out of his own company, stealing Tesla's patents in the bargain. Tesla's lack of business savvy was becoming a heightened problem, and this quirk of his otherwise brilliant mind would prove disastrous to him in later years. Luckily, throughout his life, Tesla attracted the interest of wealthy and influential gentlemen who could see the potential of his work. Alfred S. Brown and Charles F. Peck were two such men. Brown, a superintendent at Western Union, had supervised cable installation and came across Tesla as he dug the channels for the cables. Peck was a reputable New York lawyer. The two men were keen to invest in electricity, believing it to be a highly lucrative and progressive business. The investors also saw potential in geothermal energy, harvested from the earth, and hydrothermal energy, harvested from the ocean, far ahead of many other businessmen. Tesla's hydrothermal system used contrasting cold and warmer temperatures at varying ocean levels to produce condensation. He described his geothermal system in the extensive article, The Problem of Increasing Human Energy. He believed if he could find some economic and speedy way of sinking deep shafts, an unlimited supply of power could be realized. Brown and Peck began to financially support Tesla's work in 1887, and a year later, Tesla completed and patented his electromagnetic motor and a number of other important patents. Eventually, Tesla's work during this period would result in about 30 unique patents. Soon after these successes, Tesla would find himself embroiled in a battle between two of America's most famous names, Thomas Edison, who he'd already encountered and been betrayed by, and George Westinghouse. Thomas Edison, 1847 to 1931, was raised in Michigan and largely educated at home by his mother. He suffered from serious hearing loss, likely due to scarlet fever, and showed an entrepreneurial streak at an early age. During his lifetime, he was best known for his invention of the phonograph, an accomplishment that made him both famous and wealthy. His Menlo Park laboratory became the stuff of legend, as he produced groundbreaking inventions continuously, including the incandescent light bulb, in the early 1880s. He was also known for a stubborn streak of frugality. Often building prototypes from junk, his shabby treatment of Tesla was indicative of his arrogance. He prioritized money and business success over scientific achievement, and while Tesla remained gracious in their rivalry, Edison was less kind. It's also been suggested that Edison borrowed from Tesla's ideas. The following quote suggests that Edison approved of the practice. "I'm not overly impressed by the great names and reputations of those who might be trying to beat me to an invention. It's their ideas that appeal to me. I'm quite correctly described as more of a sponge than an inventor." The rivalry between Edison and Westinghouse took shape when Tesla partnered with Westinghouse to make electric lighting affordable to the masses. George Westinghouse, 1846 to 1914, was a lifelong New Yorker. He made his name in business in the railway industry, first introducing a rotary steam engine and later patenting an air brake system for rail, a system that later became compulsory in the United States. He had his sights set on becoming an electrical company magnate, partly due to problems encountered in railway signaling, but also because the potential for AC electrical systems were clear to him, in a way they were not to Edison. The entry on Westinghouse in the Encyclopedia Britannica explains that, with the aid of 3 American electrical engineers, he, Westinghouse, altered and perfected the transformer and developed a constant voltage AC generator. In 1886, he incorporated the Westinghouse Electric Company, which 3 years later was renamed the Westinghouse Electric and Manufacturing Company. He purchased the patents of Nikola Tesla's AC motor and hired Tesla to improve and modify the motor for use in his power system. Tesla admired Westinghouse for his foresight and tenacity. He would later write, "George Westinghouse was a man with tremendous potential energy of which only part had taken kinetic form. When others would give up in despair, he triumphed." Tesla's business relationship with Westinghouse was a change in fortune for the young inventor. In exchange for the license to his patents, Westinghouse gave Tesla a healthy salary, in today's terms close to $50,000 per month, stocks in the Westinghouse Electrical Company, and promised him a lucrative royalty for the horsepower that Tesla's AC technology would produce. He also paid Tesla $60,000 to license his patents. With his new income and the earnings from royalties and additional sales of patents, Nikola Tesla became a multimillionaire by the tender age of 35. On July 30th, 1891, Tesla became an American citizen. This change in fortune also meant a change, albeit briefly, in lifestyle for Tesla. He attended rounds of well-appointed dinner parties at the trendy Delmonico's restaurant in Manhattan with other 19th-century luminaries, such as literary phenomenon Robert Underwood Johnson and John Muir, naturalist and inventor. Sometimes the dinners lasted all night, and once at least Tesla participated in recreation with his companions. Delmonico himself was present and remembered when, "We managed to make him play pool one night. He had never played, but he had watched us for a little while. He was very indignant when we found that we meant to give him 15 points, but he bet us all even and got all the money. He studied out pool in his head and then beat us, after we had practiced for years." John Muir's first impressions of Tesla's contributions came when he visited the 1863 World Columbian Exhibition and wrote, "Last night the buildings and terraces and fountains along the canals were illuminated by tens of thousands of electric lights, arranged along miles of lines of gables, domes, and cornices, with glorious effect. It was all fairyland on a colossal scale, and would have made the Queen of Sheba and poor Solomon in all their glory feel sick with helpless envy." An unfriendly rivalry had been playing out in New York and around the country during the years leading to the turn of the century. Edison was annoyed the upstart Tesla and his well-funded Westinghouse supporters threatened the success of his DC system. In response, Edison spoke publicly about the dangers of alternating current. When Westinghouse outbid Edison, winning the opportunity to supply electric lighting for the 1893 World Columbian Exposition in Chicago, Edison was outraged. In the process of merging with another electrical company, the Thomson-Houston Electrical Company, to form General Electric, Edison had hoped to light the entire exposition with his DC technology. But Westinghouse's business acumen sealed the deal, and Edison and General Electric were left with only the impressive but isolated Edison Electrical Tower to represent them at the exposition. Westinghouse had an impressive display within the exposition's electricity building that included many of Tesla's inventions, such as neon lights, a two-phase induction motor, and a 500-horsepower generator. By 1903, the war of words turned ugly when Edison went so far as to use AC to electrocute animals, stray cats and dogs, and even an elephant, in an attempt to convince the public of the dangers of Tesla's invention. His publicity campaign resulted in his patenting of the electric chair. Although an opponent of capital punishment, Edison believed a death by electric charge would be less painful to the prisoner than any other method. Unfortunately, Edison's first human guinea pig, William Kemmler, convicted of murder, caught fire and bled from his eyes during the execution. Tesla's response to Edison's antics was elegant and compelling. He continued to work on all manner of inventions, including an attempt to reproduce the effects of an earthquake using what he called mechanical vibrators. The results were startling. The Altered States blog reports that Tesla attached a powerful little vibrator driven by compressed air to a steel pillar. Leaving it there, he went about his business. Meanwhile, down the street, a violent quaking built up, shaking down plaster, bursting plumbing, cracking windows, and breaking heavy machinery off its anchorage. Tesla's vibrator had found the resonant frequency of a deep sandy layer of subsoil beneath his building, setting up an earthquake. Soon, Tesla's own building began to quake, and just at the moment the police burst into the lab, Tesla was seen smashing the device with a sledgehammer, the only way he could promptly stop it. Tesla decided to go on his own publicity tour to demonstrate that AC current, 25,000 volts worth, could safely pass through the human body. Meanwhile, DC systems installed on European rail lines, including Ireland and Germany, became obsolete, as AC swept the international scientific and industrial world. Not one to rest on laurels, Tesla was inventing all the time, though numerous of his experiments were burned in a fire in his lab. An 1885 article in the Electrical Engineer magazine described this event as a fire which almost completely gutted the 6-story and basement building at 33 and 35 South 5th Avenue. This city, on March 13th, Mr. Nikola Tesla, the electrician, lost all of the apparatus with which he was carrying on his professional experiments. He occupied the entire 4th floor. When the floor gave way, his apparatus fell to the 2nd story where it lay in unrecognizable ruin. It was not insured. After a brief description of attempts to douse the flames, using buckets, the article goes on to say, Mr. Tesla was at first very much affected by the news of his loss, but sustained the blow stoically, and within 6 hours was busily engaged making and giving out designs for the reconstruction of his latest type of oscillator, which has now been running successfully for some time past, lighting the laboratory and supplying current for a number of new and novel experiments. It is needless to add that Mr. Tesla has received innumerable expressions of sympathy and regret, not only from friends and acquaintances, but also from total strangers. Tesla's reaction to this event is typical of the eccentric genius. Like others of his ilk, he had a remarkable ability to sustain focus on work, or other interests of his choosing, over long periods of time and under very challenging circumstances. His personal life suffered because of this quality, yet Tesla was, in his own way, content. Chapter 4. The Eccentric Genius. Be alone, that is the secret of invention. Be alone. That is the secret of invention. Be alone. That is when ideas are born. Nikola Tesla. Was Nikola Tesla ever in love? Such a basic part of most of our human experiences, and yet, for Tesla, the presence of a partner was, at best, a secondary consideration. During the height of his success, Tesla was a society darling, least briefly. His tall, svelte European looks and impeccable wardrobe were often remarked upon. And Hugo Gernsback, the publisher of Tesla's autobiography, My Inventions, commented on them in his article about Tesla called Nikola Tesla and His Inventions. I was fascinated with the tall, gaunt man, then about 50 years old, but looking less than 30. His extraordinary face with his deep-set blue eyes proclaimed the intense thinker, the philosopher. A few minutes' chat with him left me more than ever convinced of his greatness. Certainly such attributes must have been of interest to some women, but there is little evidence that Tesla made time for any. Tesla intentionally isolated himself, particularly from women. He once remarked to a journalist who asked if marriage was advisable for artists and scientists. Artist, yes. Musician, yes. Inventor, no. The former two can get aspiration from the woman's influence and reach their finest work through love, but inventor's nature is so forceful, so wild and passionate, that by giving himself to a woman, he would give everything and nothing would be left for his chosen field. I doubt that you can name many inventors who were married, and that is a shame, as we are sometimes so lonely. Tesla's loneliness may have resulted from some of his more challenging personality traits. Characteristics which today might be diagnosable and even treatable were, at the time, shameful and often debilitating. It seems he suffered from a compulsive nature, particularly regarding cleanliness, in that he greatly feared diseases. One Tesla biographer claims, however, that a 17-year-old Tesla intentionally exposed himself to cholera to avoid military service. But given his aversion to illness, this anecdote seems unlikely. He also had other obsessive traits, such as numerical habits, now referred to by the psychiatric profession as counting compulsions. Tesla had a practice of doing all his activities in sets of 3 and calculating the volume of food on his plate to the nearest cubic inch. Such habits were certainly outside the norm and may have caused Tesla a great deal of embarrassment. Tesla also exhibited phobias. Notably, he was deathly afraid of pearls. Known as oyster artist phobia, the Tesla legend includes an anecdote that he once dismissed a secretary who arrived at work wearing a trendy pearl necklace. The source of his aversion is unknown, but often such fears are linked to an early childhood trauma. perhaps a pearl-wearing auntie had disciplined him, we'll likely never know. Tesla also hated contact with human hair. Keeping his own hair short and oiled flat, he avoided shaking hands whenever possible. These few eccentricities give a glimpse of what the internal life of Nikola Tesla may have been like. Always careful, always watching, and forever creating and inventing. Even as he counted his steps and bites of food. In his autobiography, Tesla said of these peculiarities that, "Even now I am not insensible to some of these upsetting impulses." However, even Tesla was not genius enough to cure them. But there was more to Tesla's isolation than his fears and obsessions. In a 1924 article, Tesla revealed that the new woman was not to his liking. "I had always thought of woman," says Mr. Tesla, "as possessing those delicate qualities of mind and soul that made her in these respects far superior to man. I had put her on a lofty pedestal, figuratively speaking, and ranked her in certain important attributes considerably higher than man. I worshipped at the feet of the creature I had raised to this height, and, like every true worshipper, I felt myself unworthy of the object at my worship. But all this was in the past. Now the soft-voiced gentlewoman of my reverent worship has all but vanished. In her place has come the woman who thinks that her chief success in life lies in making herself as much as possible like man, in dress, voice, and actions, in sports and achievements of every kind." So our forward-thinking Tesla was old-fashioned in his thoughts about women. He wrote earnestly that women who engaged in business, politics, and sport with the aim of transcending men would be the worse for it in the longer term, saying, "Women who keep themselves agitated by their tremendous ambition to beat man at his game are losing at the same time something that counts for more. In the end, it seems to me that the empty honors that success in business or one of the professions can ever give." His views were in line with many who questioned the wisdom of women's emancipation. There have been other suggestions made about Tesla's relationship to women. One that he may have been castrated, or had castrated himself, possibly during his year in the woods, to get out of military service required of Croatians. However, there is no evidence to support this claim. Also, Tesla himself confessed to celibacy. Another rumor with no substantiation is that Tesla was gay. What is certain, however, is that Tesla has important friendships with many brilliant and influential men throughout his life. There are thousands of pages of correspondence between Tesla and J.P. Morgan, for example. In fact, the Library of Congress currently houses 7 microfilm reels of Tesla's correspondence spanning the years from 1856 to 1943, including letters to Samuel Langhorne Clemens, a.k.a. Mark Twain, Robert Underwood Johnson, J. Pierpont Morgan, George Scherf, an associate who managed many legal and financial affairs for Tesla, George Westinghouse, and the Westinghouse Electric and Manufacturing Company. Other letters are archived at the New York Public Library. The small collection includes library cards showing books Tesla borrowed, as was his lifelong habit. All told, though, it's believed Tesla received close to 70,000 letters from more than 7,000 correspondents during his life. An anthology of many of the letters was collected and published in 1993 on the 30th anniversary of Tesla's death. The unique way Tesla's mind worked may have been his greatest asset, but also a massive hindrance to successful interpersonal relationships, socially and in business. The visions he described having as a young man carried on throughout his life. As a young student, his visions caused him to wonder if he might be crazy, and sometimes he failed to recognize the difference between what existed in reality and what he had imagined. He sought scientific explanations for his visions and wrote in 1919 that, "The theory that I have formulated is the images were the result of a reflex action from the brain on the retina under great excitation. They certainly were not hallucinations, for in other respects I was normal and composed." In struggling to explain the workings of his unusually talented brain, Tesla joined in a project to unlock the secrets of the mind. A project that today is still far from complete, yet Tesla adamantly rejected any suggestion his abilities were due to some extrasensory talent or psychic ability. He shared one anecdote that demonstrates not only Tesla's deep sense of loss over the death of his mother, but his capacity to return, always, to rational thought in the aftermath of tragedy. For many years I endeavored to solve the enigma of death, and watched eagerly for every kind of spiritual indication. But only once in the course of my existence have I had an experience which momentarily impressed me as supernatural. It was at the time of my mother's death. I had become completely exhausted by pain and long vigilance, and one night was carried to a building about 2 blocks from our home. As I lay helpless there, I thought that if my mother died while I was away from her bedside, she would surely give me a sign. 2 or 3 months before, I was in London in company with my late friend Sir William Crookes, when spiritualism was discussed, and I was under the full sway of these thoughts. I might not have paid attention to other men, but was susceptible to his arguments, as it was his epochal work on radiant matter, which I had read as a student, that made me embrace the electrical career. I reflected that the conditions for a look into the beyond were most favorable, for my mother was a woman of genius and particularly excelling in the powers of intuition. During the whole night every fiber in my brain was strained on expectancy, but nothing happened until early in the morning when I fell asleep, or perhaps a swoon, and saw a cloud carrying angelic figures of marvelous beauty, one of whom gazed upon me lovingly and gradually assumed the features of my mother. The appearance slowly floated across the room and vanished, and I was awakened by an indescribably sweet song of many voices. In that instant, a certitude, which no words can express, came upon me that my mother had just died, and that was true. I was unable to understand the tremendous weight of the painful knowledge I received in advance, and wrote a letter to Sir William Crookes while still under the domination of these impressions and in poor bodily health. When I recovered, I sought for a long time the external cause of this strange manifestation, and to my great relief, I succeeded after many months of fruitless effort. I had seen the painting of a celebrated artist, representing allegorically one of the seasons in the form of a cloud with a group of angels, which seemed to actually float in the air, and this had struck me forcefully. It was exactly the same that appeared in my dream, with the exception of my mother's likeness. The music came from the choir in the church nearby at the early Mass of Easter morning, explaining everything satisfactorily in conformity with scientific facts. Tesla's capacity to inspect such experiences, removing his emotional response from the equation, and to study them deeply seeking a scientific explanation, was likely the true source of his gift. More than just visualization, which every creative or inventive individual must have, Tesla's imagination gave him the ability to conceive great ideas without any physical engagement. When I get an idea, I start at once building it up in my imagination. I change the construction, make improvements, and operate the device in my mind. It is absolutely immaterial to me whether I run my turbine in thought or test it in my shop. I even note if it is out of balance. There is no difference whatever. The results are the same. In this way, I am able to rapidly develop and perfect a conception without touching anything. What would it have been like to be in the presence of such a thinker? Perhaps inspiring, but more likely, it would have been intimidating or even tedious. There is a well-known portrait of Tesla called the Blue Portrait, painted by Princess Lwoff Parlehi, princess only in name, having divorced her Russian prince years before. A well-known portraitist and resident of the Manhattan for much of her life. Her painting of Tesla shows him as if in a trance. A clipping from the New York Times of March 2, 1916, describes how Tesla first assisted the painter with arrangements for lighting, and then, Mr. Tesla, having solved the problem of the artificial sun, fell to thinking about other parts of the universe, and there he sat oblivious to his surroundings. So it was that the painter was able to produce a likeness in which there is no evidence that the subject was conscious, that anybody was even watching him, much less studying his features from the other side of an easel. It's easy to imagine the distant effect described above was typical of Tesla and perhaps off-putting to some. Aside from his sociable years, when he was an invitee of dinners and outings, he spent most of his life alone, likely with his head full of ideas and imaginings that others could neither understand nor appreciate. This probably intensified his solitude, and perhaps he decided this aspect of his character would prevent his interactions from ever forming an intimate relationship. The idea of a solitary genius was much in style during Tesla's lifetime. A 2014 article in the New York Times traces the notion as far back as the beginning of the 18th century, when Britain developed early copyright laws. As the article explains, the characterization of a genius working in isolation is flawed. In fact, none of these men were alone in the garrets of their minds. Freud developed psychoanalysis in a heated exchange with the physician Wilhelm Fleiss, whom Freud called the godfather of the interpretation of dreams. King co-led the civil rights movement with Ralph Abernathy, my dearest friend and cellmate, King said. Picasso had an overt collaboration with George Braque. They made Cubism together, and a rivalry with Henri Matisse so influential that we can fairly call it an adversarial collaboration. Even Einstein, for all his solitude, worked out the theory of relativity in conversation with the engineer Michel Besso, whom he praised as the best-sounding board in Europe. Certainly Tesla's copious correspondence with other scientists, artists, and businessmen suggests he too had a network of some kind which he gathered support, motivation, and quite possibly ideas. We also know Tesla had a deep humanitarian and environmentalist streak in his personality. Unlike many of his colleagues, Tesla was far more interested in serving humanity by making people's lives easier and paying attention to conservation of effort and energy than he was in generating profit for himself or his peers. Early in his life, he recognized the need to protect the environment from the devastating consequences of industrial development. He had ideas about solar energy, which he referred to as radiant energy, as early as 1883. In a 1933 article titled "Device to Harness Cosmic Energy Claimed by Tesla" in New York American, he claimed, "This new power for the driving of the world's machinery will be derived from the energy which operates the universe, the cosmic energy, whose central source for the earth is the sun, and which is everywhere present in unlimited quantities." Tesla had filed a patent in 1901 for an apparatus for the utilization of radiant energy, patent 685,957. Essentially, a solar panel. He believed that, around us, everything spins, everything moves, everywhere is energy. This belief was at the heart of all his work. He also had ideas about human nutrition that were well ahead of his time, and he was a vegetarian far before the term came into popular use. There is no doubt that some plant food, such as oatmeal, is more economical than meat, and superior to it in regard to both mechanical and mental performance. Such food, moreover, taxes our digestive organs decidedly less, and in making us more contented and sociable, produces an amount of good difficult to estimate. Tesla's concerns were born from his understanding that human interference with nature had made many consumables into potential sources of poison. In a 1937 article for Liberty magazine, he explained to journalist George Sylvester Virek that more people die or grow sick from polluted water than from coffee, tea, tobacco, and other stimulants. I myself eschew all stimulants. I also practically abstain from meat. I am convinced that within a century, coffee, tea, and tobacco will no longer be in vogue. Alcohol, however, will still be used. It is not a stimulant, but a veritable elixir of life. The abolition of stimulants will not come about forcibly. It will simply be no longer fashionable to poison the system with harmful ingredients. Bernard McFadden has shown how it is possible to provide palatable food based on natural products, such as milk, honey, and wheat. I believe that the food, which is served today in his penny restaurants, will be the basis of Epicurean meals in the smartest banquet halls of the 21st century. There will be enough wheat and wheat products to feed the entire world, including the teeming millions of China and India, now chronically on the verge of starvation. The earth is bountiful, and where her bounty fails, nitrogen drawn from the air will re-fertilize her womb. I developed a process for this purpose in 1900. It is important to note that Tesla was hoping to be part of finding a solution to world hunger by using agricultural solutions. nitrogen-fed wheat crops, and soon after a German scientist, Fritz Haber, would invent a process for extracting nitrogen from the air for use as fertilizer. Unfortunately, Haber also used his scientific skills to assist in the development and deployment of chlorine gas for use in warfare. Tesla refers to Bernard McFadden, 1868 to 1955, who was a physical health guru and author along the lines of Charles Atlas. Like Tesla, McFadden was a relentless experimenter, even testing many of his suspect theories about health and nutrition on his children. Tesla admired men like McFadden, who dared to challenge accepted wisdom and took for untried solutions to large-scale problems. Tesla considered himself a healthy individual and believed his condition was due to his virtuous life. In a 1933 interview, he explained, "Our condition of body and mind in old age is merely a certificate of how we have spent our youth. The secret of my own strength and vitality today is that in my youth I led what you might call a virtuous life." It seems that Tesla had conveniently forgotten the serious gambling addiction that plagued him during his young adulthood. Tesla embraced various food fads throughout his life, sometimes eating only fish, certain vegetables like onions, spinach, and carrots, or grains. Later in life, though, Tesla would give up food altogether and resort only to drinking milk. Some suggest that this dietary choice may have been a result of his impoverishment. He drank almost nothing but coffee and believed chewing gum, tobacco, and other stimulants were dangerous, thinking they would eventually be stricken from the human diet altogether. He once penned an article entitled, "Chewing Gum More Fatal Than Rum," for the New York World Telegram. However, despite all his concerns about health, Tesla was a regular drinker and drank whiskey every day. He believed alcohol was the most valuable elixir of life. When the prohibition against alcohol was brought into effect in 1920, Tesla suffered and later wrote, "Only a few days of abstinence made me a very sick man, and my health became precarious." Without the pleasures of the table, and aside from his respected scientific colleagues, what was there in Nikola Tesla's life to fill his heart? The answer, surprisingly, was pigeons. Having lived most of his adult life in the city of New York, Tesla may have become fond of the birds when he lived at the Gerlach Hotel, opening his window and feeding them bits of bread from his hands. He also spent his free time wandering the streets with an eye out for any injured pigeons who may have accidentally flown into an office window, even going so far as to take them home and nurse them back to health. It certainly is contradictory that this cleanliness-obsessed scientist would make time for what some New Yorkers considered filthy pests. He is known to have become even more obsessive about hand-washing and boiling his food past the point of recognition. Later, when he lived at the Hotel New Yorker, an all-white pigeon came to visit him daily, and as the story goes, Tesla fell in love. Once he told a journalist, "A man must be sentimental towards the birds. This is because of their wings. Humans had them once, the real and visible." Like all his great loves, however, the pigeon was also a scientific experiment in Tesla's view, and it presented an opportunity for invention. Tesla ordered complex menus of particular foods by the ounce from the hotel kitchen. As he nursed the sickly bird, he kept track of her diet and progress, and he even considered producing marketable bird seed out of his discoveries. Neither experiment was particularly successful. The bird was on its last legs. So too, by this point, was Tesla. In 1922, Tesla's pigeon died in his hands. By his account, Tesla believed she knew she was dying and flew to be with him for the event, and as she passed into eternity, a powerful light emanated from her tiny silver eyes. Truth or hyperbole, we will never know. Though Tesla was not the romantic champion of his day, he was, more importantly, the champion of several scientific projects that would forever change human activities.
Chapter 5, Tesla's Coil and the Niagara Contract. We wind a simple ring of iron with coils. We establish the connections of the generator, and with wonder and delight we note the effects of strange forces which we bring into play, which allow us to transform, to transmit, and direct energy at will. Nikola Tesla. In 1891, Tesla developed what is likely his second most well-known invention, the Tesla coil.
Essentially a refashioned transformer, the coil is one of the most elegant of Tesla's designs. Existing transformers used an iron core that had specific frequency limits it could generate. The purpose of a transformer is to transmit electrical energy between circuits while increasing or decreasing the voltage. Seeking to generate radio waves in higher frequencies, Tesla developed a device that works to move high voltages of electricity safely using a magnetic field generated, partly by wound copper wire. Every turn of the copper wire increases the voltage potential of the device. Tesla's coil also uses a capacitor that holds electrons in the same way a battery does. A spark gap provides a place for the current to push out into the copper wires, creating a magnetic field in the coil. The field harnesses energy by converting the current into spouting arcs of light and by directing those arcs into a conductor. The genius of this invention was its simplicity. Even still, Tesla would have difficulty taking his invention to market. Having learned the hard way that financial interest in his inventions was essential to their adoption on larger scales, Tesla began to tour Britain, America, and France. In these places he demonstrated the wondrous bursts of energy his coil could produce. A showman at heart, Tesla used his body as a conduit for hundreds of thousands of volts, sometimes resulting in a corona of light forming around his statuesque frame in the darkened lecture halls. If Tesla had not already established a reputation as an eccentric, the tour surely would have done so. Although Tesla was wrong about the long-distance potential for the coil, he continued to work on the invention and developed many prototypes to solve a myriad of electrical transmission problems. Some of what he learned is still utilized in short-range transmission systems and other modern adaptations. The coil, though appealing in terms of its potential, was never completed in the way Tesla envisioned. Still, the coil is in use today in a number of surprising applications. Below is a brief list compiled by a Tesla fan for the website Quora. They are used to produce high voltages for testing electrical instruments like switchgears, insulators, etc. They are used for reproduction of music instead of loudspeakers. Check out the band Architect. They use Tesla coils for their performances. Tesla coil speakers are faithful in producing high-frequency sounds. This is because of the fact that there is no vibrating diaphragm in them. Diaphragm in conventional speakers are not efficient due to mechanical inertia. Perhaps the Tesla coil speakers can replace these conventional tweeter speakers. Wireless induction charging is very similar to Tesla coils, but without the arcs. Small Tesla coils are used in Kirlian photography. Modified Tesla coils are used to generate plasma, ozone, and as ion generators. Small coils are used in electrotherapy, which utilizes the healing effect of certain frequency currents. Perhaps the most significantly contemporary radio technology relies on a circuit arrangement that mirrors the Tesla coil almost exactly. However, another project was even closer to Tesla's heart, harnessing the power of majestic Niagara Falls. We have many a monument of past ages. We have the palaces and pyramids, the temples of the Greek and the cathedrals of Christendom. In them is exemplified the power of men, the greatness of nations, the love of art and religious devotion. But the monument at Niagara has something of its own. More in accord with our present thoughts and tendencies, it is a monument worthy of our scientific age, a true monument of enlightenment and peace. It signifies the subjugation of natural forces to the service of man, the discontinuance of barbarous methods, the relieving of millions from want and suffering. In 1894, Tesla, along with Westinghouse, began construction on their most ambitious project yet, a hydroelectrical power generating plant at Niagara Falls. Now 38, Tesla had once again gotten a contract award over Edison. Edison's failed Niagara bid rankled, but General Electric would later win the opportunity to install the transformers and transmitters for the project. The idea of turning the massive force of the Niagara Falls escarpment into a usable source of energy had been present for nearly a century prior. Historians credit Daniel John Cares for being the first to use the falls for power to turn a water wheel and run a sawmill in 1759. Others soon followed, enlarging John Care's hand-dug ditches into canals and powering ever larger mills. Tesla claimed to have dreamed about harnessing Niagara's potential when he was only a boy, after being shown a photograph of the falls by his uncle. Ultimately, the task fell to him when the International Niagara Commission of 1890 failed to find a single satisfactory plan to transmit energy generated by the falls over long distances. A prize valued at $100,000 was offered, but not one of the 17 submissions reviewed by the Commission was deemed satisfactory. The Commission explained, there was no project which, in the opinion of the Commission, could be recommended for adoption without considerable modification. Instead, the Commission, headed by Lord Kelvin, an Irish mathematician, physicist, and engineer knighted for his contributions to science in 1866, asked Westinghouse to use the now widely recognized alternating current system to create a workable solution for Niagara. The Niagara Falls Power Company, with additional financial backing from John Jacob Astor IV, Lord Rothschild, W.K. Vanderbilt, and J.P. Morgan, and others, made it possible for Westinghouse and his team, including Tesla, to create enormous underground conduits and their accompanying turbines. Construction of the project was difficult, and many involved didn't believe in its feasibility during the building phase. As many as 28 workers died during the construction of the powerhouse. Building the required tunnels was a significant part of the work, and Westinghouse, working alongside Tesla, made sure they were well compensated for their trouble, remarking to a colleague, "These people are trying to get $100,000 worth of information for a prize of $3,000. When they are ready to do business, we will submit a plan and bid for the work." Tesla never doubted the technology, and on November 16, 1896, 100,000 horsepower was sent from Niagara to Buffalo, New York, more than 30 kilometers away, using Tesla's AC circuitry. Arriving at the Buffalo Railway Company at midnight, celebrants fired cannons and rang bells in celebration of the feat. The Niagara to Buffalo transmission was the first long-distance sharing of electricity to be used for commercial purposes and signaled the beginning of a new age in power usage. Within a few years, this achievement was responsible for running subway systems, railways, and lighting cities far and wide. On the Canadian side of the falls, similar efforts were underway. However, it is widely acknowledged Tesla's example set the standard. Canada erected a statue of him in Queen Victoria Park, Niagara Falls, Canada. Today, power plants on both sides of the border can generate 4.9 million kilowatts of electrical power. One important result of the achievement is that for the last century, the region has been a geographical center for electrochemical and electrometallurgical production. Chapter 6. Influential Friends and the Lure of Flight. The individual is ephemeral. Races and nations come and pass away, but man remains. Therein lies the profound difference between the individual and the whole. Nikola Tesla. One of Tesla's many supporters and financial backers was John Jacob Astor. Born in New York in 1864, Astor was the ultimate silver spoon-fed baby, raised from birth to manage the Astor family's vast fortune. However, Astor was a bit of an inventor, creating numerous devices, including the bicycle brake. Perhaps this is one factor that drew him to the genius of Nikola Tesla. Conveniently for Tesla, Astor owned the St. Regis Hotel and the Waldorf Astoria, at the time the world's tallest hotel, and he assured Tesla of accommodations even when his fortunes were low. Unfortunately, in 1899, Astor gave Tesla $100,000 to work on a lighting system, but Tesla instead chose to use the money for experiments he had undertaken at his Colorado Springs laboratories near Pikes Peak. Some authors argue the amount was only $30,000, but regardless, Astor was displeased when he discovered Tesla's somewhat out-of-character deception. Eventually, they worked together again on one of Tesla's other passions, flight. Although a prolific inventor, Tesla rarely worked on projects unrelated to electricity. His fascination with flight was one of the few exceptions. He once wrote to a Westinghouse manager, "You should not be at all surprised if someday you see me flying from New York to Colorado Springs in a contrivance which will resemble a gas stove and weigh as much, and could, if necessary, enter and depart through a window." His idea was not unlike the helicopters of today. In a 1928 document at the U.S. Patent Office, Tesla described a craft with coaxial or otherwise disposed propellers that would revolve in opposite directions. A curator speaking from the National Air and Space Museum in 2006 noted that the theoretical concept is very similar to the Convair XFY-1 Pogo we saw in the 1950s, the Bell XV-15 in the late 70s, and in the Osprey today. While Tesla's craft was imperfect in many ways, failing to account for balance and for the length of the propeller that would be required to sustain flight regarding both lift and stability, his proposal of a turbine engine held some promise. His idea later proved to be essential to create vertical lift. In 1911, Tesla explained to a journalist how, "When I found that I had been anticipated as to the flying machine by men working in a different field, I began to study the problem from other angles, to regard it as much a mechanical rather than an electrical problem. I felt certain there must be some means of obtaining power that was better than any now in use. And by vigorous use of my gray matter for a number of years, I grasped the possibilities of the principle of the viscosity and adhesion of fluids and conceived the mechanism of my engine." His unusual design suggested propellers that would shift from lifting the craft, as in a helicopter, to propelling the craft, as in a typical propeller-driven plane, shifting from vertical to horizontal. His design also included gimbaled seating for passengers and crew, so all travelers remained upright throughout the flight. Tesla's capacity to imagine such aspects of his inventions set him apart. Another critical figure in the story of Tesla's rise and fall is J.P. Morgan, 1837 to 1913. Connecticut-born and Boston-educated, Morgan became an important banker and financier, and he was behind the important merger of General Electric, consisting of Edison's company, Edison General Electric, and the Thomas Houston Electric Company. To give some idea of the scale of Morgan's projects, he also financed the United States Steel Corporation. Part of the infamous robber barons culture, the Morgan family was intimately connected to the Rothschild family, another major banking dynasty, and other financial luminaries, Astor, DuPont, Vanderbilt, Guggenheim, and Rockefeller. Morgan protected not only American but also European financial interests of the day. In 1952, Fed researcher Eustace Mullins put forth the supposition that the Morgans were nothing more than Rothschild agents. Mullins wrote that the Rothschilds preferred to operate anonymously in the U.S. behind the facade of J.P. Morgan and Company. One way Morgan sought to control and influence finance was by putting pressure on Westinghouse to resign the royalty payment he had negotiated with Tesla. Morgan feared Tesla's AC system would become so widespread it could potentially bankrupt companies who had invested in other types of energy production, such as coal, oil, and gas. It's telling that Tesla's work starting a century prior already showed ways to reduce harm to the environment and to make energy available to all. This was not the vision of Morgan and his associates, who privileged profit from ethics at all costs. Morgan placed numerous obstacles in Tesla's way, strong-arming financiers into ignoring Tesla's pleas for support and harnessing the political power to support the industries he favored. There are even suggestions the laboratory fire of 1895 may have been set intentionally to destroy Tesla's work. There are many conspiracies and conspiracy theories linked to Tesla. He did have some extra notions about certain subjects. For example, he made claims based on tests conducted in the Colorado Springs laboratories that he had received communications in the form of signals from Mars. Tesla was never one to leave publicity to chance, and a 2016 article in the New Yorker magazine includes the following anecdote. The redoubtable inventor Nikola Tesla was so convinced that he had detected radio signals from Mars with his receiver array at the top of Pikes Peak in Colorado that in 1924 he persuaded the U.S. government to hold a National Radio Silence Day, during which broadcasters were ordered to cease transmissions for 5 minutes every hour. There are suggestions Tesla built a radio transceiver for the purposes of capturing interstellar signals, sometimes referred to as the Teslascope. There is little evidence of the existence of the invention, other than Tesla's statement about the invention. I have conceived a means that will make it possible for man to transmit energy in large amounts, thousands of horsepower, from one planet to another, absolutely regardless of distance. I think that nothing can be more important than interplanetary communication. It will certainly come someday, and the certitude that there are other human beings in the universe, working, suffering, struggling like ourselves, will produce a magic effect on mankind and will form the foundation of a universal brotherhood that will last as long as humanity itself. Another scientist of the day, Professor Pickering at the Harvard Observatory, also claimed to have received communications from Mars in the form of light flashes, and proposed constructing a large set of mirrors in the Texan desert to send signals in return. Tesla thought the idea was ludicrous. However, his investigations were of great significance to him, and he was certain he had encountered intelligence of the otherworldly type. The changes I noted were taking place periodically, and with such a clear suggestion of number and order that they were not traceable to any cause then known to me. I was familiar, of course, with such electrical disturbances as are produced by the sun, aurora borealis, and earth currents, and I was as sure as I could be of any fact that these variations were due to none of these causes. The nature of my experiments precluded the possibility of the changes being produced by atmospheric disturbances, as has been rashly asserted by some. It was some time afterward when the thought flashed upon my mind that the disturbances I had observed might be due to an intelligent control. Although I could not decipher their meaning, it was impossible for me to think of them as having been entirely accidental. The feeling is constantly growing on me that I had been the first to hear the greeting of one planet to another. A purpose was behind these electrical signals, and it was with this conviction that I announced to the Red Cross Society, when it asked me to indicate one of the great possible achievements of the next 100 years, that it would probably be the confirmation and interpretation of this planetary challenge to us. Chapter 7. The Wardenclyffe Tower. It is not a dream. It is a simple feat of scientific electrical engineering, only expensive, blind, faint-hearted, doubting world. Humanity is not yet sufficiently advanced to be willingly led by the discoverer's keen searching sense. But who knows? Perhaps it is better in this present world of ours that a revolutionary idea or invention, instead of being helped and padded, be hampered and ill-treated in its adolescence. By want of means, by selfish interest, pedantry, stupidity, and ignorance, that it be attacked and stifled, that it pass through bitter trials and tribulations, through the strife of commercial existence. So, do we get our light? So all that was great in the past was ridiculed, condemned, combated, suppressed, only to emerge all the more powerfully, all the more triumphantly from the struggle? Nikola Tesla, at the end of his dream for Wardenclyffe. Tesla began construction of his wireless broadcasting tower, the futuristic but ultimately doomed Wardenclyffe Tower in Shoreham, New York in 1901. Ever the visionary, Tesla believed he could transmit messages, voices, and even images across the ocean by harnessing energy from the Earth. Even more unbelievably, he thought he could transmit power this way. His plan was to erect a tower powerful enough to achieve these goals without wires. To some at the time, his ideas were fantastical. However, his prescience of the potential for his inventions was eerie. Describing how future citizens might communicate, he stated that an inexpensive instrument, not bigger than a watch, will enable its bearer to hear anywhere, on sea or land, music or song, the speech of a political leader, the address of an eminent man of science, or the sermon of an eloquent clergyman, delivered in some other place, however distant. In the same manner, any picture, character, drawing, or print can be transferred from one to another place. Millions of such instruments can be operated from but one plant of this kind. His predictions certainly sound a lot like our 21st century handheld devices. Tesla had a unique faith in the potential of electricity that outshone others in his field. He said, "Whatever electricity may be, it is a fact that it behaves like an incompressible fluid, and the Earth may be looked upon as an immense reservoir of electricity." The San Francisco Call featured an article on Tesla's ideas for wireless power transmission in 1898. Its dismissive tone is unmistakable. If Tesla can bring electrical energy through the air in any amount to any distance, he can get a big contract out here in California next week. But for all anybody knows, we will soon be sending up balloons about the bay to catch the thunderbolts hurled from balloons way in the mountains, and be laughing at the poor colliers that will have to go into the lumber trade. The author also comments on Tesla's work on developing a remote control mechanism. In New York's Madison Square Garden, Tesla demonstrated a remote control boat, touring it around the pool with lights flashing off and on, with only a small box operating the vessel. Radio waves were still science fiction at the time, and even then science fiction barely existed. And the crowd was amazed. Soon after, the newspaper articles and other inventors began to discuss how radio control was ideal as a tool of warfare. But this was never Tesla's interest. In response to the suggestion, he remarked, "You do not see there a wireless torpedo. You see there the first of a race of robots, mechanical men which will do the laborious work of the human race." Seemingly in direct competition with Marconi and his radio wave telegraphy system, Tesla was at first unconcerned with his competitor's progress and remarked, "Marconi is a good fellow. Let him continue. He is using 17 of my patents." Later, however, Tesla would sue Marconi for stealing his ideas. In 1943, the Supreme Court would overturn Marconi's patent in recognition that Tesla was the original inventor of radio transmission. Tesla asked Morgan for financial support to build a communications transmission tower, and Morgan gave him $150,000. However, Tesla had other plans for the money. He decided to make the tower a prototype for the wireless transmission of power without telling Morgan. The cliff top at Long Island Sound provided an ideal site for his plan, and in 1901 Tesla began construction of the 187-foot tower with a sphere of steel at the top weighing in at 55 tons. Stanford White, the renowned architect in the American Renaissance style and best known for the Washington Square Arch, was selected to design the Wardenclyffe Tower. White was later murdered in Madison Square Garden, a theater he designed, by his lover's enraged husband, the millionaire Harry Thaw. Tesla and White were friends, and a rather morbid but humorous letter exists in which Tesla writes to White that he is less shocked by the shooting of the president, William McKinley, than by the proposed cost to build the tower. Beneath the tower, 120 feet underground, a shaft was built to support the ungainly structure. In 1904, the New York Times imprinted the following description of the tower. Tesla's magnifying transmitter at Wardenclyffe Shoreham, Long Island, New York. The transmitting station is an octagonal tower, pyramidal in shape, and some 187 feet in height. It consists of huge wooden stilts, heavily braced and reinforced, and surmounted by a cupola of interlaced steel wires, but so as to form an arc. In a cupola, there is a wooden platform occupying its entire width. In 1903, the New York Sun reported how all sorts of lightning were flashed from the tall tower and poles, and the air was filled with blinding streaks of electricity, which seemed to shoot off into the darkness on some mysterious errand. Like other news stories about developments in science at the turn of the century, this one tells us as much about the bafflement of the public as it does about the event. Typical citizens would likely have no idea the potential of Tesla's invention, the transfer of power wirelessly without limitations of distance. 3 events occurred that interfered with Tesla's grand plan. Tesla ran short on funds before completing the tower. By this time, Morgan had caught wind of Tesla's deception and refused to provide him with any more financial support. He also made sure other potential investors were aware of Tesla's underhanded dealings. Having misled Astor regarding his investment, Tesla was likely a persona non grata in financial circles. The second event was the crash of the stock market. Beginning in June of 1901, the costs of materials required to build the Wardenclyffe Tower nearly doubled because of the insecure financial markets. Due to some engineering challenges, Tesla's original budget was already blown. Finally, in January of 1903, the young inventor named Guglielmo Marconi sent a message from President Theodore Roosevelt in Cape Cod via Nova Scotia to King Edward VII in Cornwall, England, using only radio waves. The message said, "His Majesty, Edward VII of London, England." In taking advantage of the wonderful triumph of scientific research and ingenuity which has been achieved in perfecting a system of wireless telegraphy, I extend on behalf of the American people most cordial greetings and good wishes to you and to all the people of the British Empire. Theodore Roosevelt, Wellfleet, Massachusetts, January 19, 1903. In return, the President was surprised by the following complete message. Sandringham, January 19, 1903. The President, White House, Washington, America. I thank you most sincerely for the kind message which I have received from you through Marconi's transatlantic wireless telegraphy. I sincerely reciprocate in the name of the British Empire the cordial greetings and friendly sentiment expressed by you on behalf of the American nation. I heartily wish you and your country every possible prosperity. Edward R. and I. It was the first time telegraph communications had been sent without the use of a cable from the U.S. Although Marconi's technological advance used Morse code for messages, not yet voice transmission, it was clear he had beaten his former mentor to the punch. Born in Bologna, Italy, to a wealthy family, Marconi attended the Livorno Technical Institute in the venerated University of Bologna. At age 22, he moved to London and soon found financial backing for his scientific experiments, most notably from the British Postal Service, who it seems had recognized that other technologies would soon overtake traditional letter communications. Marconi had studied Tesla's work and learned a lot about radio transmission theory from Tesla's experiments and writings. He certainly would have been familiar with the fact that in 1893 in St. Louis, Tesla described in detail the principles of radio broadcasting and made the first public demonstration ever of radio communication. There were others in the running for the title, Father of Radio, as well. Alexander Popov, a Russian physicist, sent radio signals as early as 1895. Meanwhile, Jagdish Chandra Bose impressed fellow Indians with ringing bells and explosions set off by radio signals. However, another half-century would pass before Tesla received the credit he deserved. By 1903, Wardenclyffe Tower's fate was sealed. Doubters had come forward, and the result included headlines like, "Weird doings at the Tesla plant. Natives around Wardenclyffe having the time of their lives guessing what the electrician is trying to do." The Evening World, July 7, 1903. And speculations included the notion that Tesla was trying to contact Martians or communicate with China by sending currents under the earth. Such dubious projects, rumor or not, must have made it even more unlikely that Tesla would secure further funding. He was forced to fire employees, calling a halt to the construction. The project was called off altogether in 1904. Some areas of the building were usable as lab space primarily, and Tesla held a mortgage on the property, secured by a benefactor, George C. Bolt. However, in 1917, Bolt was forced to foreclose, and Wardenclyffe was demolished. Remarkably, Tesla continued to invent and constructed plans for a complex, bladeless turbine that Tesla called his powerhouse in a hat, which didn't work, and an automotive speedometer, which did during this period. Another concept Tesla was incorrect about was the existence of electrons. Tesla was not alone in believing in something he referred to as the matter, which others called ether. Essentially, he said it was a unified field permeating all things. He also wrote many boisterous articles for popular science and culture magazines, but eventually these activities trailed off and Tesla, depressed, isolated himself from the world. By the end of the first decade of the 20th century, it was Marconi who had become a household name, and in 1909, he was awarded the Nobel Prize in Physics. He shared the prize with Ferdinand Braun, who made a significant contribution to the improvement of transmitter technology and was also the inventor of the cathode ray tube, which is used in computer and television display technology. In 1915, Tesla and Edison were rumored to be in the running for the prize. It's possible neither would have accepted it had the caveat been to share with the other. Both were nominated, Tesla in 1937 and Edison in 1915, but neither won. Chapter 8. 1914 and Beyond. Though free to think and act, we are held together, like the stars in the firmament with ties inseparable. These ties cannot be seen, but we can feel them. Nikola Tesla. The beginning of World War I signaled a new and unforgiving chapter in Tesla's life. Due to the conflict erupting overseas, the royalties from Tesla's European patents, there were many of them, were canceled. Impoverished, by 1916 he had to declare bankruptcy. Perhaps unsurprisingly, Tesla's obsessive behaviors amplified during this period, and rather than being perceived as an eccentric but respect-worthy scientist, others viewed him as an embarrassment and a quack. Journalists wrote tongue-in-cheek articles about his ideas, and he was no longer part of the popular social circle. Fortunately, he had not lost all his resources. A small pension from Yugoslavia kept him fed and housed, and he continued to seek funding for his various projects. However, few investors came forward. His attitude towards the war was mixed. Initially, he did not approve of using his inventions as weapons. Instead, he searched to find a means to end human warfare by transforming battles into a mere spectacle of machines. Yet, by the beginning of World War II, he was actively developing concepts for weapons he viewed as protective, as opposed to aggressive, in nature. He was sensitive to the way aerial warfare was creating a fearful public. The flying machine has completely demoralized the world, so much that in some cities, as London and Paris, people are in mortal fear from aerial bombing. His central idea was that the concentrated wall of energy particles could act as a functional wall against a fleet of warplanes. My apparatus projects particles which may be relatively large or of microscopic dimensions, enabling us to convey to a small area at a great distance trillions of times more energy than is possible with rays of any kind. Many thousands of horsepower can thus be transmitted by a stream thinner than a hair, so that nothing can resist. The nozzle would send concentrated beams of particles through the free air of such tremendous energy that they will bring down a fleet of 10,000 enemy airplanes at a distance of 200 miles from a defending nation's border and will cause armies to drop dead in their tracks. Reporters, perhaps in deference to his reputation as a genius, continued to produce stories about Tesla's remarkable claims. But in many of the articles their bewilderment is obvious, such as in this article from the New York Times in 1934. This death beam, Dr. Tesla said, will operate silently but effectively at distances as far as a telescope could see an object on the ground and as far as the curvature of the earth would permit it. It will be invisible and will leave no marks behind it beyond its evidence of destruction. An army of 1 million dead, annihilated in an instant, he said, would not reveal even under the most powerful microscope just what catastrophe had caused its destruction. When put in operation, Dr. Tesla said his latest invention of his would make war impossible. This death beam, he asserted, would surround each country like an invisible Chinese wall, only 1 million times more impenetrable. It would make every nation impregnable against attack by airplanes or by large invading armies. The name death beam gained traction and was later replaced by death ray, a term Tesla objected to in favor of peace ray. However, the appellation stuck and has since been used in numerous science and popular fiction contexts. H.G. Wells' War of the Worlds, 1897, employed a heat ray, and W.E. Johns named his sci-fi novel The Death Rays of Ardilla. 1959. The legacy would carry well into the 20th century, as one science fiction blogger explains. With the advent of the laser in 1960 and its accompanying famous pencil-thin red light, however, the death ray was quickly modified within sci-fi, partly as a result of the usage of such a device in the 1960s movie version of Ian Fleming's James Bond story Goldfinger, and gained a new and more popular relation, the ray gun, perhaps most universally recognized in the form of the phaser from Star Trek. Indeed, the American Heritage Dictionary defines a ray gun as a gun that fires a ray of energy, especially as depicted as a destructive weapon in science fiction. In 1935, many believed Hitler possessed new superweapons, X-ray guns and sonic cannons, among others. And while the Allied scientists rejected the idea that anyone could use radio waves offensively, the American and British military pursued the notion that such waves could be used to detect approaching aircraft or sea-going vessels. Ultimately, this pursuit led to the development of radar, and Nikola Tesla was central to the invention of radar technology, despite reports to the contrary. Principles of frequency and power levels of energy waves he proposed in, and even before 1917, were essential to radar's utility for numerous applications. an introduction to a 1917 article in the Fort Wayne Journal-Gazette entitled "New Yankee Tricks to Circumvent the U-Boat" clearly identifies Tesla as responsible for submarine detecting radar. Among the thousands of suggested methods of fighting submarines, most of them by persons who have not even rudimentary knowledge of the conditions with which are being attempted to deal, a few stick out with every appearance of being practical. The August number of the Electrical Experimenter features 3 of these, one by its editor, one by Nikola Tesla, and one by H. Hartman, a New York electrical engineer, inventor of the submarine camera and other devices. It's worth noting that the author does not feel it necessary to include any biographical information about Tesla, as he was already a household name. He goes on to explain that rumors would have been printed that Mr. Tesla had invented an electric ray that would destroy submarines at a considerable distance. These rumors, while distorted, are based upon actual facts. Mr. Tesla's device is a tremendously powerful electric ray that, while it will not destroy a submarine, will be reflected back from it in such a way as to reveal its presence and position, thus making its capture or destruction a comparatively easy matter. The rhetoric around Tesla's war-related work became sensationalized to the point of incredulity. Headlines like "Tesla's new device like bolts of Thor," New York Times, December 8, 1915, and "Tesla declares he will abolish war," stoke the fires that threatened his scientific reputation. One biographer of Tesla uncovered evidence that the U.S. had more than a passing interest in his weapons-related inventions, stating, "The government set up a secret project called Project Nick, which tested the feasibility of death rays, but the project was eventually shut down and the results of their experiments were never published." Unfortunately, much of Tesla's own writing on the topic was lost. Perhaps Tesla should have done more to promote his own work on a radar system, but he was focused on submitting his particle weapon ideas to the Allied nations. With a paper titled "New Art of Projecting Concentrated Non-Dispersive Energy Through Natural Media," he attempted to sell the technology in earnest to the British for $30 million. Some evidence suggested he had already sold his plans to the Soviet military complex via the Amtorg Trading Corporation, sole purchaser for the communist state, in 1937 for $25,000. Still, Churchill did, by all accounts, consider Tesla's proposal. However, he became disinterested as the war intensified, ending negotiations in 1939. The 25th anniversary of Edison's world-changing invention, the incandescent lamp, was in 1904. A group of his peers decided to commemorate the occasion, and a committee of luminaries, the only pun in the entire book, including Tesla, decided to create an endowed metal prize to be awarded by the American Institute of Electrical Engineers, AIEE. Many passed, during which the committee worked to define the metal's purpose, and in 1908 they released a statement to the effect that it should, during the centuries to come, serve as an honorable incentive to scientists, engineers, and artisans to maintain by their works the high standard of accomplishment set by the illustrious man whose name and features shall live while human intelligence continues to inhabit the world. Furthermore, the award was to be presented for meritorious achievement, emphasis in document, in electrical science or electrical engineering or the electrical arts. Whenever in the judgment of said committee there is someone properly deserving of such award. In 1916, the committee awarded Tesla the medal. Initially, Tesla reacted poorly to the gesture, feeling he had been taken advantage of over the years due to the intense competition between himself and Edison. He refused to accept the honor. However, after an intervention by some of the nominating committee, Tesla changed his mind. He attended the awards ceremony and even spoke graciously about Edison, who was absent, saying, "This wonderful man, who had no theoretical training at all, no advantages, who did all himself, getting great results by virtue of his industry and application." Never one to pass up the opportunity of an audience, Tesla also used the evening to remind his peers he had not always had a friendly reception from the scientific community. "I am deeply religious at heart, although not in the orthodox meaning, and that I give myself to the constant enjoyment of believing that the greatest mysteries of our being are still to be fathomed, and that, all the evidence of the senses and the teachings of exact and dry scientists to the contrary notwithstanding, death itself may not be the termination of the wonderful metamorphosis we witness. In this way, I have managed to maintain an undisturbed peace of mind, to make myself proof against adversity, and to achieve contentment and happiness to a point of extracting some satisfaction even from the darker side of life, the trials and tribulations of existence. I have fame and untold wealth. More than all this, and yet, how many articles have been written in which I was declared to be an impractical, unsuccessful man? And how many poor, struggling writers have called me a visionary? Such is the folly and short-sightedness of the world. On Tesla's 75th birthday, Time magazine made the inventor their feature story. Tesla was pleased with all the fuss, and held press conferences. In both contexts, he spoke about his concerns for the future and his current projects. In typical Tesla style, he was confident in his ideas and unafraid to challenge popular ideas and egos. I am working now upon two things. First, an explanation based upon pure mathematics of certain things, which Professor Einstein has also attempted to explain. My conclusions in certain respects differ from, and to that extent tend to disprove the Einstein theory. My explanations of natural phenomena are not so involved as his. They are simpler, and when I am ready to make a full announcement, it will be seen that I have proved my conclusions. Tesla made other bold pronouncements. However, both he and the reporting community seemed to doubt whether or not he could produce anything other than ideas. Tesla hoped his body would maintain the necessary energy, but said, "I have been leading a successful life, one of continuous thought and deep meditation. Naturally enough, I have accumulated a great number of ideas. The question is whether my physical powers will be adequate to working them out and giving them to the world." On January 7, 1943, Nikola Tesla died. He had been living at the Hotel New Yorker for a number of years, courtesy of regular rent payments from his old colleague Westinghouse. Tesla died impoverished and deeply in debt, but the debt the world owed him was, and remains, far greater. A plaque now marks the rooms he inhabited, including room 3327, which contained Tesla's safe of scientific papers, from which the infamous death ray papers mysteriously disappeared. In July 2003, Tesla was honored, when Martin Eberhard and Mark Tarpenning founded the Tesla Motor Company. In 2004, Elon Musk, a South African multimillionaire, became chairman of the board after securing $7.5 million in financial investment for the company. Tesla Motors went public in 2010, the first car company since Ford in 1956 to have a successful public launch. In 2014, Tesla Motors branched out into a new concern, Tesla Energy. The new company's focus is on ending human dependence on the electrical power grid using solar energy, a goal very much in line with Nikola Tesla's vision. Although Tesla Motors lost close to $800 million in 2016, it surpassed General Motors in market capitalization, the value of the company on the stock market. In 2017, Musk tweeted the projected stock prices of $300 to $400 were in line with the company's potential, more so than its current value, which certainly sounds like something that Nikola Tesla might have said. The scientific man does not aim at an immediate result. He does not expect that his advanced ideas will be readily taken up. His work is like that of the planter, for the future. His duty is to lay the foundation for those who are to come and point the way. He lives and labors and hopes. There are monuments to Nikola Tesla in cities all over the world, including Calcutta, New York, Prague, Belgrade, Budapest, and many others. He is globally recognized as one of the few key figures in the electrification of the world. Certainly, he was an unusual man. However, Nikola Tesla's legacy is one of enduring importance to humanity. Never one to miss an opportunity to leave an impression, in 1933 Tesla was asked if introducing his electrical system, one that no longer required oil, gas, coal, and the like to produce power, would upset the world's economic system. Tesla quietly replied, "It is badly upset already."
Part 2. Thomas Edison. A Captivating Guide to the Life of a Genius Inventor. Introduction. Thomas Edison was born into a hard-working but attentive family. He struggled in school and became deaf at an early age. Born on February 11, 1847, Edison would become arguably the best-known American inventor of all time. His invention of the light bulb was one of more than 1,000 patents he held during his lifetime. Others included the phonograph, the electrical grid, and motion pictures. His work changed the way we see and hear the world around us. America before Edison. The story of Thomas Edison begins in a spectacular social and political context. In the late 18th and 19th century, North America was on the brink of a shift from upstart colonial outpost to full-fledged participant in world affairs. Truly the land of opportunity, at least for enterprising and well-connected European immigrants. The promise of freedom from political and religious oppression drew boatloads of hopeful settlers to points of entry including Pier 21 in Halifax and Ellis Island in New York. Edison's great-grandparents arrived in America from Holland and Scotland and would have an impact on the development of the youngster who would come to possess one of the most famous names in the world. The place they made a home, smack in the center of the continent, provides a glimpse into some of the changes going on in the Americas and beyond. Settled a handful of decades earlier by three pioneering families, Milan, Ohio hugs the Huron River near the merging of its eastern and western branches. It was an exciting place of rapid growth, and one where a young, ambitious family could make a good start at success. One such family was the Edisons, and among them, Thomas Alva, who would have a significant impact on the technological innovation-driven revolution of the 20th century. The earliest map of Milan, Ohio region is from 1812 and shows Indian trails crisscrossing the area, a state road, and a dedicated military road to neighboring Medina County. Established in 1838, Erie County became associated by the Underground Railroad, ushering escaped slaves to freedom north of the border. By the middle of the 19th century, demand for slave labor had expanded westward from its beginnings on the eastern seaboard. Field hands were bringing close to $1,000, and slaveholders had no compunction about separating families for profit. Many slaves, not surprisingly, decided to take the chance at freedom presented by the friendly neighbor to the north, Canada. In 1833, Great Britain had outlawed slavery in Canada. Geography, among other factors, meant Ohio presented a key route for escape. Its southern river introduced a passable line between the free and slaveholding nations, depositing freedom seekers only a few hundred miles from port cities like Cleveland. Ohio boasted naturally draining prime agricultural land and groves of shipworthy timber that served the first settler families well. Even before settlers arrived on the scene, Moravian missionaries from Canada had set out to save souls in the area, but decamped when settler roots started to take hold. Those first settlers, the Abbotts, Wards, Walworths, and Parkers, began to farm and build. And although some of the original immigrants were displaced during the War of 1812, the town of Milan quickly became a community. Relations with the first inhabitants were sometimes cordial and occasionally violent, but eventually developed into a grudging cooperation, much like relations between settlers and First Nation peoples and the rest of the young nation. The Erie, Kickapoo, and Shawnee tribes were the original inhabitants of the area, but other tribes including Delaware, Miami, Wyandot, and the Ohio Seneca migrated to the area after the appearance of Europeans. Much of the animosity on both sides dissipated when Confederate soldiers stationed in the area left for their homes. Many Aboriginal soldiers from the region participated in the conflict between Britain and France. During peacetime, single-room schoolhouses emerged, and various denominations of churches, including Presbyterian, Anglican, Episcopalian, and Lutheran, and as usually follows, a tavern, shoemaker, chemist, and the rest of the necessities of settler life sprouted from the verdant land. As in other pioneering towns with resources to spare, speculators soon arrive on the scene, and one of their chief interests was the construction of a canal to transport grains using barges to the Huron River, and subsequently to schooners. Lake-going schooners were in regular use in other regions for delivering goods to major ports, Until the Milan Canal was constructed, Ohio farmers relied on rough and poorly placed roads, and as a result, made little headway in continental trade. Significant roads skirted the central part of the state to the north, south, and west, and left many Ohioan farmers virtually stranded. One solution was to create a navigable waterway to ease transportation of people, livestock, and goods. The fledgling community supported the idea of a 3-mile-long canal, consisting of 2 locks, a dam, a toll house, and a mill. The original projected cost of $5,800 soon increased when the developers decided to make the canal deep enough to accommodate lake schooners, large vessels that had a presence on the Great Lakes since the 17th century. As one historian notes, in the early 1860s there were reportedly more than 750 canal schooners on the lakes out of a total of nearly 1,300 sailing craft. The canalers were the backbone of the Great Lakes fleet. The final tally for the canal, $23,392, paid for itself in no time. By 1840, and in large part due to its location near Lake Erie, Milan was becoming a critical grain shipping port. Shipbuilding was a natural fit for the site, as well as manufacturing. The practical and majestic ships, primarily lake-going schooners, were the primary means of transporting goods until railways began to replace canal systems all over the state. Enter the Edisons. The Edison ancestors on his father's side had all been mill owners in Holland. Early in the 18th century, they made their way to North America. John Edison, born in 1724, Thomas's great-great-grandfather, had come to America as a toddler with his widowed mother. They settled in Caldwell, New Jersey. There were no other children, and John's mother never remarried. Little is known of how they fared in his early years, but he inherited his mother's valuable estate when she passed away. John met and married Sarah Ogden in Hanover, New Jersey in 1765, and they settled into a relatively comfortable life of farming in Orange County. In all, they had 7 children: Samuel, Adonijah, Catherine, Thomas, Mary, Sarah, and Moses. Well-to-do families like the Edisons enjoyed tastefully furnished homes that included indoor cook stoves for heating and cooking, well-made clothes, and a modest selection of consumer goods such as books, linens, mirrors, and porcelain. Clothing styles followed those in Europe, and depending on class included corsets, full skirts, and headscarves for women, and breeches, wigs, and waistcoats for men. Still, life was challenging, and settler families had to work hard to maintain a comfortable middle-class lifestyle. In addition to running the farm, the Edisons would have had to acquire fuel for heating, cooking, and lighting oil lamps. Candles were popular for ease of use and were made of beeswax or costly spermaceti, wax drawn from a sperm whale. Once the sun had set, 18th century families faced the increased dangers of the night. Lighting with oil-fed lamps or candles meant that fires were a constant hazard. Families were often limited activities to one room once darkness fell. This place was usually the parlor or the kitchen, both to conserve fuel and temper the risk of fire. Sedentary tasks such as sewing and reading were typically accomplished by lamplight after dark, and many suffered strained eyesight as a result. Producing heat and light by burning coal, oil, or wax also had the effect of polluting the air and coating rooms and garments with soot. By the final decades of the 18th century, coal gas had been introduced to light the outdoors at night, in some homes as well. Prior to the introduction of gas-fueled street lighting, outdoor lanes and walkways were lit by torches affixed to the sides of buildings, provided light for lanes and walkways. Seeking to make the night hours more productive and generally safer often required accepting the risk of fire. Indoors, some families would routinely move furnishings to the edge of their rooms to allow for freer movement in the dark and restrict the use of candles or other open flames. The way people lived and worked was still dictated mainly by the rising and setting of the sun, and it would be a few decades before the introduction of electric lighting would change many fundamentals of life. John Edison was a United Empire loyalist. often referred to as Tories, loyal to King George III, and a sworn enemy to the American patriots. New Jersey, the only free state in the North, was an unfortunate choice for the Edisons. The location was crisscrossed by armies throughout the war, creating hazardous conditions and putting a strain on resources for local people. Almost 300 military engagements took place in the New Jersey area, and colonial armies had 2 winter encampments in New Jersey. There, they took advantage of readily available natural resources, iron ore, food, and salt to support the war. When the American Revolution began to impact the safety of his family and properties, John relocated and is believed to have established a bank in New York. In any case, the family fled. Abandoning their substantial farm and home in Caldwell, New Jersey, was a risk. But John and Sarah put the safety of their young family first. Later, John Edison, along with his brother-in-law Isaac Ogden, returned to the New Jersey area to assess the status of their properties and try to salvage whatever resources the armies had missed. But due to bad timing, he was captured and imprisoned for his loyalist sentiments. John and his brother-in-law were chained and held in jail in Morristown for almost a year, and they might have been executed, but Sarah's father, a colonel in the Continental Army, stepped in and managed to secure a pardon for both men by exchanging them for a British prisoner. Still, they were stripped of their land and given little option but to follow other banished loyalists to the north. John took his family to Nova Scotia, where they were granted 500 acres of farmland in Marshalltown and Digby. But before they left, he wisely deposited a large part of his fortune into an account with Edison's mother and life in Port Huron. Nancy Matthews Elliott was born sometime between 1808 and 1810 in New Berlin, New York. Raised in a Scottish Presbyterian household, Nancy attended high school in Canada and placed a high value on education. It's likely Nancy was as much of a supporter of independence for America as her father had been. Presbyterianism is itself a reformist faith system that runs on representative assemblies. A studio portrait of Nancy shows a pale, solemn woman, but she'd been a pretty girl, and it's likely more a reflection of the severe nature of portraiture during that time than a reflection of her personality. In the portrait, Nancy is broad across the face, and her eyes are sunken in shadows. Her hair is neatly tucked into a cloth head covering, and she's dressed in swaths of heavy and pleated taffeta, or perhaps silk. Nancy's family was not wealthy, but fit neatly into the upper middle classes and their hard-working community. When baby Thomas Alva was born on February 11, 1847, Nancy had already lost 2 infants, and a third died that same year. Such losses were not uncommon at the time. Many women gave birth unattended by a physician or midwife, and there were few remedies for infants who became ill. All the time, most parents grieved deeply whenever a child was lost. In 1842, Nancy and Samuel's son, named Carlisle, died at age 6, and 3-year-old Samuel died a year later. 3-year-old Eliza died just months before Thomas was born. Nancy had always been a severe and somewhat reserved woman, though not ungenerous. She was a pious and charitable member of the community and well-liked. The Edison home was a site of frequent visits from neighbors, and Nancy was a welcoming hostess. Still, the loss of so many of her children was a massive blow, and Nancy dressed in black for the rest of her life. Marian Edison, Thomas's oldest sister, survived the rigors of infancy and childhood, and together with Nancy, fussed over Thomas for much of his infancy and childhood. There is a much retold story about Edison's mother, Nancy. She possessed a formal education, unlike Thomas's father, and believed all her children should be formally educated, preferably outside of the home. Once, young Thomas came home from school with a note from his teacher, Mr. Crawford. Nancy unfolded the paper and read aloud to her son that the school teacher found Thomas brilliant, a genius, and the school had little to offer him, and she should teach him herself. Many years later, Edison found the same scrap of paper and read that, in fact, his primary teacher had described him as addled and mentally deficient. Edison had been expelled, and Nancy had cleverly disguised the harsh reality of the situation. A different version of the famous story relates that the teacher told Edison he was addled, and that the boy, incensed, left school in a huff. The veracity of these stories is questionable, but Nancy was a teacher and did teach little Thomas at home. The young scholar had the advantage of an extensive at-home library and a mother's complete devotion to his success. Still, Thomas had done poorly at day school, rejecting the exceedingly dull practice of rote learning and chafing at the restrictive schedule. In later life, Edison would prove to have a remarkable memory and the ability to quote extensively from scientific papers. But as a youngster, memorization was only a nuisance. He struggled particularly in mathematics, and he irritated his teachers with too many questions. Al, as friends and family knew young Thomas, also missed many school days due to sickliness, including a bout of scarlet fever. Regardless of why Thomas's mom took him under her educational wing, it must have had the desired effect. She released him from the strict, structured, and religion-based common schools of the time, and instead encouraged him to pursue his interests. Nancy Edison believed in lifelong learning before the terminology existed. She encouraged her bright son to explore and engage with everything that interested his young mind. Still, in some respects, Thomas was an immature child. He didn't speak at all until he was almost 4 years old, and was given to tantrums. Nancy persisted. She gave him books including School of Natural Philosophy by R.G. Parker, and later, The Dictionary of Science. The protege was hooked, and the science of how things worked became Edison's consuming passion. Once, at around age 4, he sat on a nest of goose eggs to see if he could hatch them. Nancy encouraged his curiosity, and Thomas asked her and many other adults around to explain the workings of every object or phenomenon that caught his eye. He wondered how birds balanced on tiny branches, and why bread dough rose in the oven. He liked to wander the town, millworks, rail, and shipyards, intent on learning all he could about the goings-on around him. Some may have thought his curiosity a peculiar quality, and it was mainly bothersome to those around him who didn't know the answers to his endless questions. Nancy, though, encouraged his questions and showed him how to discover answers for himself. Edison once remarked, "My mother was the making of me. She understood me. She let me follow my bent. She was so true and so sure of me, I felt I had someone to live for, someone I must not disappoint." Edison was not immune to hijinks. In one recollection, young Thomas got the idea that humans should be able to fly. He thought that ingesting a large quantity of effervescent powder, producing its lighter-than-air bubbles, would make it possible. He talked the Edison's hired boy, Michael Oates, into undertaking the experiment on his behalf. Michael, ever dutiful, ingested the powder and leaped from a tree, flapping his arms wildly. When Nancy found out what had happened, Edison got a taste of the willow switch and turned his attention to other interests. After a quarter-century of steady grain trade, a railroad was established in a nearby town, and the grain-based economy of Milan slipped. At age 7, just as Milan's prosperity began to wane, Thomas and the Edison family moved to Port Huron, Michigan. Samuel took a position at the Fort Gratiot military post as lighthouse keeper and carpenter. After just 3 months at the local public school, Thomas made his exit from formal education. He'd found trouble outside of school as well, burning a barn to its timbers as an experiment. Thomas always made use of whatever was around him to learn more about the world. He was known to create mini laboratories in sheds, barns, or any other space where he could store a few of his experiments. Thomas's somewhat odd appearance also set him apart from his peers. A broad forehead, inherited from his mother's side, and an unusually large head may have been the reason for his teachers suspected him of mental shortcomings. The so-called science of phrenology, the analysis of individual strengths and weaknesses based on the shape and size of the head, gained popularity in North America pop culture early in the 19th century. Little more than a footnote in some historical accounts, phrenology had a widespread impact on medicine, criminology, anthropology, art, education, and literature. It was the impetus for social changes, in part because its philosophy suggested that human traits were innate. The notion that differences in an individual's biology makeup could be responsible for other differences, intelligence, morality, ability, etc., was anathema to the widely accepted religious belief that God created all persons equally, and that it was upbringing that was responsible for deviations. As an adult, Edison once remarked, "I never knew I had an inventive talent until phrenology told me. I was a stranger to myself until then." In fact, Thomas showed signs of unusual intelligence early in life. Once, before even attending primary school, he was spotted in the town, copying the names on shop signs onto a slate. Samuel once said that Thomas never had any boyhood days. His earliest amusements were steam engines and mechanical forces. Nancy believed wholeheartedly in her son's abilities, and it was she who was responsible for the young man's confidence and willingness to pursue his sometimes eccentric interests. Still, she wasn't opposed to wielding a willow switch when he disobeyed her. Like many other Milan youngsters, he occasionally strayed too close to the canal and fell in. Once he slipped into a grain silo and might have suffocated if an older and stronger boy had not rescued him. Sadly, Nancy struggled with a nervous condition, mental illness in the lingua franca, and died far too young, when Thomas was only 24. After Nancy's death in 1871, Samuel quickly remarried again, this time to their former housekeeper. 16-year-old Mary Charlotte, Samuel and Mary had 3 daughters together, and Samuel lived until 1896. Longevity is a hallmark of the male Edison line, and meant Samuel had the opportunity to witness his son's triumphs and even participated in some meaningful ways. Samuel introduced young Thomas to the philosophies of Thomas Paine. Paine was an Enlightenment philosopher and pamphleteer who promoted the idea that science should trump religion in daily affairs. Like Edison, Paine experimented with the invention, designing bridges and doing experiments with gas. Edison became a great admirer of the rationalist philosopher and wrote, "We never had a sounder intelligence in this republic." Edison, like Paine, developed a great belief in the human capacity for greatness and said, "If we did all the things we are capable of, we would literally astound ourselves." Young Edison was a keen reader, and he would continue the habit, selecting texts from a broad range of interests throughout his lifetime, but his interest in Paine's ideas endured. Edison's increasing deafness caused difficulty for the young schoolchild in Port Huron. At age 12, Edison began working for the Grand Trunk Railroad as a candy, magazine, and newspaper vendor. Around this same time, Thomas discovered he had a severe hearing loss, perhaps due to his bout of fever. Regardless, the young entrepreneur traveled alone and developed his skills as a salesman. His desire to succeed and to seek opportunities wouldn't allow for any impediments. This characteristic sustained Edison throughout his career. He was even bold enough to set up a chemistry laboratory for his experiments, and a small second-hand printing press in one of the baggage cars. Sadly, Thomas's formal education ended early, and by his early teens, Edison was considered functionally deaf. Edison refused to have surgery for the condition, although it may have helped him. He was afraid if he could hear, he would no longer be able to think. Later, it led him to develop the essential carbon transmitter for Bell's telephone because he had difficulty hearing its faint sounds. The telephone, as we know it, might have been delayed. Edison pointed out that, if a deaf electrician had not undertaken the job of making it a practical thing, as for the phonograph, he explained, deafness, pure and simple, was responsible for the experimentation which perfected the machine. His family had recently relocated to Port Huron due to increasingly depressed economic conditions in Milan. The town leaders in Milan had made a miscalculation about the importance of railways, and as the canal business faltered, so did the once prosperous town. Like so many other young men of that era, Edison worked to remove the burden of his care from his family. What set Edison apart was his drive to continue to educate himself long after he had left the classroom. One of his tricks for earning a bit of extra cash was to inflate the price of newspapers on days when there was a significant news about the Civil War. He also dabbled in producing his own newspapers using the old printing press and 300 pounds of old type he'd purchased from the Detroit Free Press. He named one of his newspapers the Grand Trunk Herald, and the other, produced with the help of a less experienced hawker, he titled Paul Pry. The content of his last publication was objectionable to at least one indignant reader, who dunked Thomas in the icy St. Clair River in lieu of canceling a subscription. Still, the publication had several contributing writers and regular subscribers. In the 4 years he pursued his news career, he earned close to $2,000 and gave most of it to his parents. He never returned to journalism in a serious way, but Edison became a prolific journal writer, producing nearly 5 million pages of notes and observations in his lifetime, and much of what we know about his life and his inventions comes from his words. Port Huron was not much to Edison's liking, and this was exacerbated when he accidentally set fire to a rail car and was thrown to the hard ground trying to escape the flames. When the angry conductor caught up with him and boxed his ears, Thomas sustained another injury to his already damaged hearing. The first European to mention Port Huron was Father Louis Hennepin in 1679. Traveling the Great Lakes with Robert de la Salle, 1643 to 1687, aboard a 45-ton bark Le Griffon, he noted the rich abundance of resources in the area. Located at the mouth of the Black River where it enters the St. Clair River, the area was first explored by Daniel Gray Solon Duluth, 1636 to 1710, who established Fort St. Joseph in 1686. Before that, though, Algonquin-speaking tribes of the Great Lakes region had already lived off the bounty of the densely wooded landscape, rich in both flora and fauna. Sadly, the success of European enterprises would mean the end for many of the tribes who once had farmed, fished, and traded in the region. The changes coming to the continent were far-reaching and well beyond what could then be imagined. Settlers for a time thought they'd won the West, but were in for a sea change in all aspects of their societies. For Thomas, the ability to transmit information instantly via telegraph was the most significant of those changes and launched him from early entrepreneurial efforts into a life-changing obsession with inventing and improving upon technology. Telegraphy and leaving home. By age 14, Thomas was comfortable in the railway world. Once, as he and a young companion kicked rocks along the tracks in Port Huron, Michigan, Thomas noticed a toddler messing about on the tracks ahead, unmindful of rolling boxcar. Edison sprang into action and whisked the boy away just in time. The boy's father was J.U. Mackenzie, a station master in neighboring Mount Clemens, Michigan. He described the event saying, "My son, then 2.5 years old, unobserved by his nurse, had strayed upon the main track and was amusing himself throwing pebbles, when Edison, who stood near with papers under his arm, turned and saw the child's danger. Throwing aside his papers, he plunged between the cars just in time to drag himself and the child clear of the approaching cars." Mackenzie was grateful for Edison's quick-thinking bravery, and he offered to train Thomas to become a telegrapher as a reward for his courage and presence of mind. The profession of telegraphy, though popular, had a less than lily-white reputation. Unsavory activities like drinking and gambling were pervasive, perhaps because it was largely a young man's game and involved late hours and long shifts of work. Often, Edison was cold and hungry. Edison's problems weren't linked to vice, however. He was let go from numerous telegrapher positions for sending messages and conducting experiments without authorization. Sometimes he'd be homeless between telegraphy jobs. Always the maverick, Edison was unconcerned and soon began devising ways to improve the existing telegraphic system. In 1864, he came up with the idea that reduced errors in telegraphed messages, called a Morse repeater. The invention slowed down the message at the receiving end by punching the dots and dashes of Morse code into a slower running strip of paper, resulting in fewer operator errors. This work carried Edison into maturity and established his reputation for inventiveness. In 1866, at age 19, Edison relocated to Louisville, a busy place that year given it was the location for Union soldiers to muster and finally be released to their homes following the end of the war. Kentucky had declared an end to the war, and streets filled with celebrants freed slaves and soldiers alike. The Western Union hired Edison to work the Associated Press Bureau newswire. Edison preferred working nights so that he might read and experiment in peace. In fact, he spent so much time alone in his room working on inventions and improvements that some of his co-workers referred to him as the loony. Edison was unmoved. He had found his calling in scientific and technological experimentation, and he was unapologetic. It was during this time that Edison developed his unusual sleeping routine. He never slept more than 3 or 4 hours at a spell, and often stated he felt sleep constituted a waste of his time. He felt any state that diminished productivity must be banished, and he later chose employees based on their physical stamina and ability to concentrate late into the night, saying, "At first the boys had some difficulty in keeping awake and would go to sleep under stairways and in corners. We employed watchers to bring them out, and in time they got used to it." 2 years later, Edison moved to Boston, where, still with the Western Union, he continued to experiment and invent. He had a knack for quick comprehension of mechanical devices, and his confidence grew. He decided to resign. In 1869, Edison was determined to invent full-time and make his fortune. The relationship between Edison's innovations and the acquisition of wealth was unequivocal. He once remarked, "Anything that won't sell, I don't want to invent. Sales are proof of utility, and utility is success." He began this new phase with an invention that recorded legislative votes. It was a failure, although a fellow telegrapher, DeWitt Roberts, invested the exorbitant sum of $100 in the concept. When Edison demonstrated the invention for a congressional committee, they flatly rejected it as anathema to the intentionally slow system for gathering votes already in place. Now out of funds and discouraged, Edison made a move to the growing metropolis of New York. There, telegraph engineer Franklin L. Pope befriended Edison. He saw his potential and offered him a place to sleep at the offices of the New York Gold Indicator Company. Luckily, Edison was on site when the master ticker tape machine broke down and was able to repair it. He was promptly offered a job. Later that same year, he refashioned the invention for use in the stock exchange, and his universal stock ticker made him a small fortune. By connecting the central office of Western Union with outlying stations, Thomas created a network of communications that was precedent-setting. His adaptations made it possible to transmit 4 messages at a time over a single wire. He asked the Western Union to pay $5,000 for the invention, and was more than a little surprised when they paid him $30,000 instead. With the windfall in hand, Edison invested in Newark, New Jersey Telegraph Machine Factory. The factory became Edison's first official inventing workshop, Menlo Park. Inventing the future in Menlo Park. It is said Edison chose the Menlo Park site because it was the highest point along the Pennsylvania Railroad between New York and Philadelphia. The new laboratory in West Orange, New Jersey, was much more than just a building or business. Edison had clear goals and a vision of a space where he would have ready access to tools, equipment, artifacts, chemicals, and supplies to achieve them. His stated wish was to produce a minor invention every 10 days and a big thing every 6 months or so. He wanted to have whatever he required to create, test, and demonstrate his inventions on hand. Recently widowed, Samuel Edison was at his ambitious son's side to oversee the development of the property and to ensure it met Thomas's exacting standards. He was also there to keep an eye on the bookkeeping, as Thomas was known to spend freely and even to give money away without a thought for the longer term. The original laboratory was a nondescript white building that might easily have been mistaken for a church hall. To Edison, it was his invention factory, and inside he lined the walls with intricate shelving and set out large work tables in an open plan to allow for ease of movement between projects and to encourage collaboration among his assistants. Edison liked to jump from one project to another, flitting about his workshop as inspiration dictated. It was a light-hearted workplace, despite long hours, and there were often pranks and friendly jokes between Edison and his assistants. In addition to the laboratory building, Edison built a carpentry shop, a blacksmith shop, a glass house, and a carbon shed. This last was a small wooden hut that held dozens of kerosene lamps. The lamps were kept lit, monitored, and soot they produced was collected for use in transmitters, as well as in other Edison experiments. Menlo Park was the site of some of Edison's most important and prescient successes. 15 years prior to British physicist J.J. Thomson's discovery of electrons, one of Edison's engineers, William J. Hammer, noted a blue glow around the positive pole in a vacuum bulb, and a blackening of the wire, and the bulb at the negative pole. This phenomenon was caused by thermionic emissions from electrons, and resulted in the development of an electron tube, critical to the electronics industry that followed. The Menlo Park property, 34 acres, was purchased from the family of William Carman, and Edison chose the office of the former Menlo Park Real Estate Development Company, Menlo Park Land Company, to be his home. One reporter describes the three-story frame house as without a trace of ostentation, but was, in fact, a model of 19th-century bourgeois living, complete with a formal library, bronze statuary, and a pianoforte. The Edisons had 3 servants to help with household chores and with the children, and Mary's sister Alice also lived in the Menlo Park home. Edison said of their new home, "I like it first-rate out here in the green country and can study, work, and think." Mary, though, was less enamored of their new country lifestyle and slept with a pistol nearby. She was often vexed when Thomas did not come home from work until early morning, and sometimes not at all. Other Menlo Park staff built homes on the property, and a small community was formed. For unmarried staff, a boarding house run by an Edison relative, Mrs. Sarah Jordan, provided a cozy bed and home-cooked meals. This arrangement suited Edison well, as he liked to keep his staff working late and have them on hand should he need their help. Edison initially took on 2 assistants, John Crucy, a machinist born in 1843 in Switzerland, and Charles Batchelor, a draftsman and mechanist born in 1845 in Great Britain. They worked on numerous projects together. Soon after, Edison hired his soon-to-be wife, Mary Stilwell, born in Newark in 1855. Mary was only 16 when Edison noticed her. The best-known photo of her shows a dark-haired beauty with excellent features, soft, clear eyes, a tiny waist, and a tumble of heat-set curls falling on her shoulder. They married on Christmas Day in 1871. Mary was frail and anxious, perhaps due to her young age, and was not well equipped for the rigors of life married to a man like Edison, who was distracted and focused almost entirely on his work. Like many women of that era, Mary was likely prescribed a course of opiate-based medication by their family physician. Complaints, both physical and mental, were routinely treated with doses of morphine-laced drugs during the era, and there was little understanding of the potential for dependency. Women who struggled with mental health were considered hysterics and treated with medicine to calm and soothe them. It is believed Mary's death may have been caused by an overdose of an opiate. It is not difficult to imagine Mary, a lonely and overburdened teenager, seeking solace in a soothing elixir of morphine. Edison was less than thrilled with Mary's intellect or inventing abilities and kept a journal on the subject. He wrote, "Mrs. Mary Edison, my wife dearly beloved, cannot invent worth a damn." Mary and Thomas had 3 children. Mary Ann Estelle Edison was born in 1873, Thomas Alva Edison Jr. in 1876, and William Leslie Edison in 1878. All 3 children were under the age of 10 when they lost their mother. Edison charmingly nicknamed his older children Dot and Dash for the now widely used telegraphic code words. However, he was a distant parent, preferring his inventing lab to home and hearth. The children were cared for by servants and extended family, and sent to various boarding schools as soon as they were old enough to attend. Also during this period, his electrical lighting system was losing business, and Edison was in financial distress. He even had to borrow $500 to give his wife a proper burial. Around the time of Mary's death, Edison was distracted by the work of Alexander Graham Bell, whose telephone was turning heads around the world. The Western Union sought Edison's expertise in developing the newfangled telephone for practical purposes. Bell's work, though impressive by any standard, was not without flaws. Most significantly, due to the type of transmitter he built, the range of transmission was limited. The strength of the current needed to be increased. Drawing from his understanding of developments in British cable telegraph, Edison began to experiment with carbon for resistance. His improvements established the basic technology that would be used in telephone communication until the digital technology became standardized in the 1980s. The patent for Edison's transmitter was filed April 27, 1877, 2 weeks after another ingenious inventor, Emil Berliner, had submitted his claim to the concept. It would take decades before the matter to be resolved. Eventually, Berliner's patent was deemed invalid for favor of Edison's. Numerous hearings and dozens of lawsuits were launched in the years that followed. Western Union, Edison, Bell, and other vital players wrangled with each other for years in the attempt to hold ownership of telephone technology, and eventually, Bell would become the world leader in telecommunications. There have been a few pertinent speculations about how the relationship between Bell and Edison may have been impacted by their differing attitudes towards deafness. Bell believed developing a functional hearing aid was the best possible option for deaf patients, although he never developed one himself. Edison, on the other hand, was repelled by the thought of an invention to improve hearing. It is possible he did not want to draw attention to his deafness. This refusal to invent something to help his hearing is supported by the fact he used Morse code by tapping, particularly in communications with his family members, rather than sign language. Conversely, Edison once commented his ability to concentrate and think deeply was in part due to his deafness. Completely deaf in one ear and close to 80% deaf in the other. Thomas once said he'd last heard a bird sing at age 12. Bell firmly believed that vocalization, then called oralism, was a superior form of communication, and he promoted speech even for the profoundly deaf. He also believed that manualism, or the uses of sign language, facilitated the intermarriage of deaf people and thus create a defective race of the deaf. He recommended that parents sterilize their deaf children. Edison did not share this eugenicist perspective. The Industrial Revolution Enlightening New York. The speed of social and economic change that took place during the 19th century left many individuals and societies reeling. The vast scale of expansion in industry, transport, international trade, and consumption of goods was unprecedented, and the impact of many of the changes was profound and irreversible. Contemporary societies have grown accustomed to rapid developments in technology and the regular appearance and availability of new products. This was not the case prior to the Victorian era. Inventions that shaped the century included the steam engine, which James Watt adapted from steam-powered water extraction used in mining for use in steam trains. The new trains had an unprecedented impact on the transportation of people and goods, faster and safer than travel by horse. Or horse and carriage. Steam trains could also travel much greater distances and were less likely to be robbed, though not altogether inviolable. The transit of people by steam train is in large part responsible for the settlement of remote parts of the Americas, but also for access to larger markets. Settlers could access necessary goods and tools within a reasonable distance, and they could get their own resources and products to distant markets. Another famous invention, the spinning jenny, commenced a wave of invention that reduced the need for labor through mechanization of processes such as weaving cloth. The spinning jenny used 8 spindles to spin 8 threads with a single wheel. Prior to its invention, cloth had been made at a much slower pace using the spinning wheel. Textiles became the first truly industrialized industry because of the spinning jenny and other inventions that followed, including the cotton gin and the water frame. Other inventions also contributed to the rapid shifts underway in society. In 1810, a British merchant, Peter Durand, patented the tin can. Before him, the government of France offered a prize to anyone who could come up with a new way to preserve food for Napoleon Bonaparte's military forces. And Nicholas Appert received the prize when he invented the process of sterilization using pressurized glass containers. Durand adapted Appert's technique to a tin plate container, which was cheaper to produce and less likely to burst under pressure. The new method for preserving food was not without opponents, and many unfortunate incidents involving tainted preserving processes almost scuttled the invention altogether. One businessman, John Gamble, was found to have shipped contaminated canned meat to the British Navy, and it's long been believed the unfortunates of the Franklin expedition also succumbed to poorly sealed tin meat. Eventually, though, canned food became a staple of the Western diet and changed agriculture from a seasonal industry to a year-round, multi-million-dollar concern. Not all the impacts of the Industrial Revolution were as positive. Cities became overcrowded as more rural people sought factory and mill work. The success of some aspects of industrial enterprise resulted in crowded housing conditions, poor sanitation, increased air pollution from concentrated levels of coal and wood burning, and many other increased threats to health. With concentrated population, crime increased as well, and instead of creating considerable wealth and prosperity for all, the Industrial Revolution added to the stratification of society. The premise of real financial and social success was only attainable by a very lucky or clever few. Much of society stepped onto a treadmill of labor that has persisted until this day. For all the noble motivations behind 18th and 19th century innovations, the desire to amass capital and access ever larger markets also had a significant influence. Thomas Edison had a knack for capitalizing on his own inventions, as well as those of others. As he honed his skills and processes, he'd become addicted to the feeling and wages of success. His work on a new and improved light bulb is a prime example of how he combined ingenuity with savvy business sense. Edison's light bulb was not the first, but it was the first practical and commercially realistic version of the new technology. Like much of Edison's work, he and his team excelled at modifying and improving existing inventions to meet market and manufacturing demands. In 1802, Humphrey Davy, an accomplished chemist from Cornwall, England, created the first incandescent light, using a platinum strip as the conductor. Others followed in his footsteps, tweaking the materials and design of the bulb along the way. Edison, for his part, made two significant improvements on previous light bulb prototypes. Firstly, he had implemented a filament that was both economical and long-lasting. Made from carbonized sewing thread, and then later from bamboo fibers, it was a perfect solution to an old problem: how to heat something to a high enough degree to emit light, but not to burn. The notion of using bamboo for the filament may have come from a camping trip when Edison is reported to have dropped a bamboo fishing pole onto a campfire and noticed its unusual burning properties. Secondly, he created a technique for evacuating the bulb of oxygen using a Sprengel pump. Invented in England in 1865, the Sprengel pump used mercury drops to compress and remove air from a tube and served Edison's purposes perfectly. It was no straightforward project to come to the right combination of technologies. In Edison's own words, "I speak without exaggeration when I say that I have constructed 3,000 different theories in connection with the electric light, and each one of them reasonable and appears to be true. Yet only in 2 cases did my experiments prove the truth of my theory. My chief difficulty, as perhaps you know, was in constructing the carbon filament, the incandescence of which is the source of light. Every quarter of the globe was ransacked by my agents, and all sorts of the queerest materials were used, until finally the shred of bamboo now utilized was settled upon. Even now I am still at work nearly every day on the lamp, and quite lately I have devised a method of supplying sufficient current to 15 lamps with 1 horsepower. Formerly 10 lamps per horsepower was the extreme limit." He created a bulb that burned for days at a time, used it to light his home, his street, and eventually the world. Edison knew perfecting the bulb would only solve part of the problem of electric lighting. Friend and physicist George Barker invited Edison to visit and observe an arc light system that had been developed in Connecticut, and Edison was enthralled. Newly inspired, he drew up plans for a multi-channel distribution of electricity using 15 or 20 of the dynamos he'd witnessed in operation at Barker's, and a 500-horsepower engine. His vision combined his understanding of how gas was distributed at the time, and how telegraph signals traveled. His challenge was to devise ways to regulate and divide current across multiple channels. He developed lamp regulators to prevent the incandescent materials from melting, and once that problem was solved, he had to come up with a new way to allow for control of individual lamps. Placing lamps along a parallel circuit, as opposed to a series of circuits, made it possible to operate lamps independently. The demand for his invention was overwhelming, and in response, Edison built the first light bulb factory in an old wooden building close to the Menlo Park facility. The Edison Electric Light Company, established in 1878, also became the home base for several other experimental projects. Edison ran the first electric train from his machine shop at the west end of Menlo Park to his copper mine a few blocks away. Consisting of only 3 small rail cars, Edison continued to develop the line until it was operating both passenger and freight service. Edison tested the efficacy of his bulbs in individual businesses like Heinz, Ketchum and Company, a printing company in New York City. However, this process of installing a dynamo for each separate building was costly. A centralized power station would solve the problem, so Edison tested the concept in the United Kingdom at the Holborn Viaduct in London. After a successful 2-year pilot, Edison was ready to transfer his success to America. In 1882, Edison built a generating plant in the center of New York City on Pearl Street. Edison intentionally selected a well-populated part of the city and one that boasted both commercial and residential activities. The Pearl Street area, also known as the First District, was located between Wall Street, Nassau Street, the East River, and Spruce Street. At the time, this area was considered the financial hub of North America, if not the world. Also, major newspapers, including the New York Times, were headquartered in the First District, a promotional advantage that did not escape Edison's keen business acumen. He purchased 2 Pearl Street buildings to house his generator and had the floors reinforced to handle the extra weight of machinery, which he called Jumbo, named for P.T. Barnum's famous elephant. In all, 6 dynamos, driven by reciprocating steam engines, were required to accomplish the task of distributing electricity throughout the district. In fact, the technical requirements were vast and included underground installation of 80,000 feet of conductors, a job that employed many hands. Once everything was in place, Edison and his investors met with Chief Electrician John W. Lieb at the Drexel Morgan & Company offices to flip the switch closed. On that first day, 400 lamps were simultaneously lit and were soon to be followed by thousands more. The New York Times reported the event under its miscellaneous news section, somewhat underestimating the impact of the momentous occasion. The success of this event made Edison a household name. It also made him a very wealthy man. Now investors regularly visited Menlo Park alongside tourists, and Edison used their money to design and patent hundreds and eventually thousands of new inventions. Despite his success, some in the scientific community derided Edison as a refashioner of the ideas of others. There was some truth to this accusation, for although Edison had his own approach to scientific discovery, he also took any opportunity that presented itself to develop or improve on a new idea. Edison had a pragmatic streak that served him well. The phonograph and moving pictures. By the time of his success on Manhattan Island, Edison was already developing a fantastic new machine, intended to transfer telegraphic messages through puncturing paper tape, and later relayed by telegraph. The concept led Edison to wonder if a telephone message could be recorded. It's difficult to say how Edison's loss of hearing as a child may have influenced his work on recording the human voice, but perhaps he wanted to accommodate his sensory disability in some way. He did not conceive the phonograph as an invention to be used for entertainment, and later this would spell the end of the phonograph in favor of records featuring popular songs, speeches, and comic entertainments. Edison's ideas for how the phonograph might be used are surprising. In June 1878, he described for the North American Review how it could be employed in dictation and letter writing, recording books and other educational materials, and even to create a record of the voice of a dying family member. Edison's phonograph first emerged from his work at Menlo Park in 1877. The first phonograph was a basic device, a pin that pierced paper as it wound around a wooden tube, and a diaphragm that converted vibrations to sound built from Edison's drawings by his colleague John Crucy. Edison spoke into the mouthpiece, "Mary had a little lamb," and miraculously, the machine repeated his words. Later he would change the tube to waxed paper and then metal. It was the only invention of its type in the world. The phonograph made Edison a household name. The papers referred to him as the Wizard of Menlo Park, and excited visitors began flocking to the laboratory to see the miracle at first hand. Edison had to expand his laboratories and added a machine shop and a library. He preferred the term invention factory to describe his growing enterprise. Edison enjoyed the initial rush of fame, attending parties to show off the invention, but the change in his circumstances did not seem to affect his dedication to work. He would often leave soirees thrown in his honor to return to his lab and work on into the night. Soon, his work would pay off in a way even more significant than his imaginings. In 1877, Scientific American reported, "Mr. Thomas A. Edison recently came into this office, placed a little machine on our desk, turned a crank, and the machine inquired as to our health, asked how we liked the phonograph, and informed us that it was very well, and bid us a cordial good night." Soon, other newspaper and popular magazines also reported on the invention. On January 24, 1878, the Edison Speaking Phonograph Company was established to exhibit and sell the invention. Early models were not easy to operate and wore out quickly, but were still an overnight success. Edison briefly lost interest in the phonograph, distracted by his interest in electric lighting, and gave his attention to other projects. Alexander Graham Bell picked up where Edison left off and worked on the phonograph, substituting wax for tin foil and developing a floating stylus to replace the rigid needle. Bell took out a patent and presented his graphophone to the public. He asked Edison to work with his collaboration on the machine, but Edison declined. Eventually, Jesse H. Lippincott, a wealthy businessman, took over control of both Bell and Edison's manufacturing concerns and created the American Graphophone Company, later to be renamed the North American Phonograph Company, whose primary business was in the renting of machines for special events and office applications. Edison wasn't done with the work yet, and began to produce machines for entertainment, including at one point talking dolls. His cylinders play music in recitations by famous entertainers and presenters. Edison had lost the rights to his invention, and to get them back was forced to declare bankruptcy. Once his legal issues were settled, Edison returned to the task of selling phonographs, and he established the National Phonograph Company in 1896 to manufacture phonographs. These machines, intended solely for home entertainment, soon expanded his reach to commercial uses both in America and in Europe. Although prices for home-use phonographs had fallen significantly, many thousands of machines were sold featuring a variety of entertainments, such as hymns, comedy, ballads, and marches. All this was accomplished without an effective system for mass production and relied on performers' willingness to repeat their performances multiple times. In 1901, a new production method was introduced. It involved molding rather than engraving the cylinders. Using the new process, Edison's factories could produce up to 150 cylinders per day and used black wax. These cylindrical records sold for 34 cents each. Edison was also producing business machines, but had trouble competing with the cheap and popular Columbia dictaphones already widely in use. By 1916, Edison's Epiphone began to grow in popularity. Inspired by the simulated animal footage created by Edward Muybridge's Zoopraxiscope, Edison's first foray into moving pictures resulted in a rather rough version of what would later become one of his most important inventions. Edison's cylinder with images lined up in order had to be viewed by one individual at a time with a microscope and produced only a hint of what cinema would become. But it was enough of a hint to capture the imagination. His notion was to create an effect that would stimulate the eye in the same way his phonograph appealed to the ear. W.L. Dixon was a member of Edison's staff and a photographer. In 1892, the two men invented a camera called the kinetoscope. They were first shown publicly in 1894 on Broadway, New York, in the Holland Brothers Arcade, and the following year the first Edison films were exhibited commercially in Nickelodeons, both in America and overseas. Edison's failure to properly patent his technology in Europe allowed French manufacturers Louis and Auguste Lumière to produce a portable version of the peephole machine, and later a projector version, permitting more than one audience member to view films at a time. They are most famous for their film Arrival of a Train, which frightened first-time cinema-goers into thinking they were about to be run down. Edison's movie studio, named the Black Maria, due to its uncanny resemblance to police paddy wagons, was housed at West Orange. The first of Edison's laboratories and the tar paper shack produced close to 75 20-second films. Ingeniously designed, the roof of Black Maria could be raised, allowing in sunlight. For subject matter, Edison drew upon the traditions of stage and vaudeville and featured dancers, magicians, boxers, and other forms of light entertainment. Edison loved to apply popular fictions to film, and stars like Buffalo Bill and other well-known entertainers of the late 19th and early 20th century went to his studio to commit their likeness to his unique process. He also specialized in mini travelogues and had a travel team widely capturing exotic locations and cultures. Edison's participation in the film industry was contentious. He held so many patents on technology, he had control over the industry of film producing, at least briefly. He established the Motion Picture Patent Company, forcing other inventors to work under his leadership. Members of his monopoly only worked with and sold to other members. Eventually, a small group of independent filmmakers decided to leave Edison and his cronies to their devices and relocated to California. Eventually, film required better projector technology to be commercially successful, and Edison withdrew from the industry as other inventors made headway. The best known of these was Edwin S. Porter and his 1903 film, The Great Train Robbery. The World Columbian Exposition. The World Columbian Exposition in Chicago, ostensibly organized to celebrate the discovery of America by Christopher Columbus, was a civic and political response to a series of demoralizing events. The end of the Civil War, while a relief in some senses, also resulted in the mass movement of workers from rural to urban settings. In Chicago, job seekers had to compete with newly mechanized factories, leaving many young men and women far from home and without occupation. Also, an upswell in immigration filled the windy Chicago streets with hopeful immigrants, many from Europe, but also from Asia, South America, and the Caribbean. Some met with resentment and discrimination, and the disparate groups formed their insular communities and neighborhoods in response. Black communities experienced forced segregation and a heightened policing of activities, but most other communities self-segregated, resulting in enclaves of often disgruntled and unemployed people. The ethnic centers of Chicago provided a feeling of security for the newly arrived, but could also stir xenophobic and racist sentiments. Civic leaders were desperate to create a positive, upbeat reputation for the growing city, and they looked to Europe for inspiration. Expositions in London, 1851, and France, 1854, had set the bar high. London's offering included an emphasis on developments in automation and manufacturing, and showcased the infamous Crystal Palace, designed by Sir Joseph Paxton. The glass and cast-iron showpiece housed London's 14,000 exhibitors in a building 3 times the size of St. Paul's Cathedral. The 990,000-square-foot wonder was a sensation. The 1854 exposition in Paris also emphasized industry and agricultural invention. Edison was invited to display in Paris, and upon his return home, He described the exposition in glowing terms. The Paris exposition is simply bewildering. It is grand, immense. If the Americans hope to surpass it, they will have to get to work and never loiter. In 1893, Edison formed a sister company to General Electric in Paris, the Compagnie Française Thomson-Houston. The investors and politicians behind Chicago's effort knew they had to make the fair not only memorable, but also astonishing if they hoped to join the ranks of their predecessors. They sought to amaze visitors with technical and scientific marvels and exhibits from exotic cultures. The Paris Fair impressed architects with their centerpiece, the Eiffel Tower, but Chicago would provide both artistic vision and good old-fashioned fun when they unveiled the Ferris wheel as the featured structure of the exhibit. Invented by George Washington Ferris, the one built for Chicago was the first of its kind, and more than 1 million people paid 50 cents to experience the thrill of riding on a wheel 140 feet into the air. For Americans, it was time to show the world the new kid on the block was ready to play. In 1893, financial markets in the U.S. collapsed. It was the beginning of a depression that would result in massive unemployment, and in Chicago, banks and well-established companies were forced to close their doors. Workers and the unemployed clashed, and soup kitchens and tenement housing had more mouths to feed and bodies to house than they could handle. This was exacerbated by the evident and extravagant lifestyles of America's top tier. In 1871, the Chicago's town center had been almost wiped out by a horrific fire. By 1890, the city had largely rebuilt and had become more important commercially than ever before. Accordingly, the planners of the fair sought to make it bigger and more impressive than any other fair. They accomplished their goal with astounding exhibits of arts and manufacturing beyond imagination. Had Edison been more willing to accept advice from his contemporary Nikola Tesla, the task of powering and lighting the fair might have fallen to his General Electric company. Thousands of lights were required, and electricity on a scale previously unknown. Sadly, Edison's proposal to power the fair with direct current at the cost of close to $500,000 was rejected in favor of Westinghouse and Tesla's cheaper bid that proposed alternating current. Edison was not rejected altogether, though, and as a tribute to Edison, a Tower of Light, a replica of the German Tower of Victory, was placed in the middle of the electricity building. The 82-foot tower was topped by a single incandescent bulb 8 feet tall. The City of Light, as the fair came to be called, was no disappointment. Except perhaps to Edison, who garnered little credit for the impact of more than 10,000 incandescent bulbs. Fair organizers permitted Edison to exhibit phonograph technology within the electricity building, and both Edison and his chief competitor, inventor of the graphophone, Edward Easton, featured and profited from nickel-in-the-slot phonographs placed throughout the exhibition site. One visitor to the fair, Thomas Lambert, was inspired to improve the design for records by his visit to Chicago. Leading up to the exposition, Edison had other projects in the works. One of these was his Ogdensburg, New Jersey mining concern. Edison believed he had discovered a method to simplify separating iron from rocks. In 1881, Edison incorporated his Edison Ore Milling Company as a response to his observation of scarcity of iron ore on the eastern seaboard. Edison believed that the electromagnetism could draw ore from rock, debris, and even sand at a fraction of the cost of other processes. He met with numerous failures and technical challenges, closed up shops and opened new ones, lost money and invested more money, all the while believing unequivocally in his idea, "I'm going to do something now so different and so much bigger than anything I've done before, people will forget that my name ever was connected with anything electrical." In 1899, Edison finally accepted that his process and foray into mining had failed. However, ever the optimist, Edison parlayed the waste product of his mining business, namely sand, into a cement production project, selling off the material to cement companies and starting his own, the Edison Portland Cement Company, who eventually bought Edison's improved sand processing kiln. Yankee Stadium was erected in 1923 using Edison's Portland cement. Edison, never one to overlook an opportunity, was also a keen early adopter of automobiles. He enjoyed taking his family for motoring excursions and thinking about ways to improve the battery life of electric cars. His friendship with Henry Ford would get in the way of following through with this project. Henry Ford's Motor Company, 1903, was a customer of Edison's nickel iron batteries. Although Edison is often credited with pushing Ford to mass-produce his gasoline-driven cars, in fact, Edison realized early on that electric vehicles were better from almost every angle. Electricity is the thing. There are no whirring and grinding gears with their numerous levers to confuse. There is not that almost terrifying uncertain throb and whir of the powerful combustion engine. There is no water circulating system to get out of order, no dangerous and evil-smelling gasoline, and no noise. Ford was already on the gasoline bandwagon, and money began pouring in, so even though he respected his good friend's opinion, the horse, so to speak, was out of the barn. By 1914, once the auto industry was well and truly Ford's, he did consider an electric model again. The New York Times interviewed Ford, who said, "Within a year, I hope we shall begin the manufacture of an electric automobile. I don't like to talk about things that are a year ahead, but I am willing to tell you something of my plans. The fact is that Mr. Edison and I have been working for some years on an electric automobile that would be cheap and practicable. Cars have been built for experimental purposes, and we are satisfied now that the way is clear to success. The problem so far has been to build a low-weight storage battery that would operate for long distances without recharging. Mr. Edison has been experimenting with such a battery for some time. Photos exist of these early experiments, battery-operated cars on Model T frames, for the most part, called the Edison Ford. Rumors swirled that the first commercially available Edison Ford would be on the market in 1915 at the cost of $500 to $700. Early press said the vehicle could travel as much as 100 miles on a single charge. Some conspiracy theorists suggest the plans for electric vehicles were undermined by oil cartels, which may have set fire to Edison's workshop in 1914. However, it is more likely the car failed because Henry Ford insisted on using Edison's batteries. In fact, Ford purchased 100,000 of the batteries before it was determined they were unsuitable for the purpose. Ford lost close to $1.5 million on the venture, but he and Edison remained friends. The War of the Currents. The circle of leading inventors and scientists in the field of electricity grew as the 19th century progressed. It was a century of experimentation and advancement in all areas, but technology and mechanical developments outpaced all others. Men such as George Westinghouse and Nikola Tesla would challenge Edison's position as the most significant inventor of all time and change the nature of how humans live. George Westinghouse was born in 1846 in Central Bridge, a small hamlet in Albany County located southwest of the better-known town of Schenectady, New York. The family was of German origin, and the name Westinghouse likely changed from Westinghouse at some point in the transition from Old World to New. His father, George Westinghouse Sr., was a toolmaker and owned a machine shop where his son conducted early experiments and became enthralled with the potential for steam power. His mother, Emmeline Westinghouse nee Vetter, was Dutch English and bore 8 children during her lifetime, of which George Jr. was the third. It's likely young George would have pursued a career focused on steam-driven engines, if not for the eruption of the Civil War. George enlisted in 1863 and served in the regiment of the New York Cavalry. In 1864, George's younger brother Albert was killed in a battle shortly after. George transferred and was offered a naval commission aboard the USS Muscuda. The ship soon played an essential role in blocking Jefferson Davis as he attempted to escape Key West. George was ready to return home and resume his work in his father's shop. Westinghouse, like Edison, was interested in many avenues of invention. After the war, he made critical improvements to railway travel, most notably in developing reliable braking systems. He also produced improved methods for piping natural gas. The work that put him in conflict with Edison was his promotion of the AC system for electrical transmission. The infamous War of Currents, also called the Battle of the Currents, began when both Edison and Westinghouse hoped their preferred system for electrical transmission would win the day. Westinghouse had the expertise of the Serbian electrical genius Nikola Tesla to help him effect the changes that AC required to make it successful. Born in 1856 in Croatia, Tesla was a talented engineer and physicist who impressed the scientific world with his invention of the electromagnetic induction motor. In 1882, Edison hired Nikola Tesla upon the recommendation of his colleague Charles Batchelor, a former Edison Continental Company employee. Tesla was excited to be working with the famous genius and hoped to convince him to recognize the superiority of alternating current for transmitting electricity. Edison wasn't interested. He'd invested mightily in promoting DC and tried to cast a shadow over the AC system, highlighting its potential for danger to human life. The War of the Currents would wind up in courts of law and in newspaper headlines, pitting the two Renaissance men against each other. Edison sued Westinghouse multiple times for infringing on his patents. Edison also attempted to halt the success of the AC system by lobbying senators to restrict allowable voltages. Both sides had victories and losses, but in 1893, Westinghouse, along with Tesla, won the right to provide electric light for the Chicago World's Columbian Exposition. He took another victory when he beat out numerous competitors for the rights to develop the electrical potential of the Niagara Escarpment. Edison's 1879 incandescent light bulb was powered by DC current, and the potential for cashing in on the rapid development of DC hydroelectric plants was hard for him to resist. Still, Edison knew the DC system was flawed. It simply was unable to manage the distances and the variability required to truly power up the nation. He too sought the expertise of Nikola Tesla to improve DC, but the Serbian genius had terrible news. It couldn't be done. Although Tesla possessed mathematical knowledge and had developed many other improvements to electrical transmission and devices, Edison was dismissive of Tesla's conclusion. It wasn't what Edison wanted to hear, and he stiffed Tesla on the deal, paying him a mere fraction of what he'd been promised. Bravado aside, Edison knew Westinghouse and AC had a leg up. The AC system was making inroads into both urban and rural markets. Edison, an avowed anti-death penalty supporter, decided to publicly challenge AC because he believed it was both deadly and inhumane to apply it to humans or animals, and to beat Westinghouse at his own game. He gave public demonstrations using live subjects, including small dogs, in which the poor animal was lured into shocking itself to death. The circus sideshow aspect of Edison's business was not unique during the 19th century, or indeed to Edison, who'd largely cashed in on the phonograph with a Barnum and Bailey-like approach to marketing. Many inventors followed suit. Tesla was renowned for demonstrating his electric coils by summoning what appeared to the 19th century audience as room-sized lightning. The main flaw in the DC system was its limitation in terms of distance or transmission, about a quarter of a mile. This was not so much an issue in urban centers, where one dynamo or generator could provide electricity to service to multiple homes or offices within a single building. Edison knew perfectly well the Niagara project was well beyond what DC could handle, but he kept his hat in the ring regardless. Alternating current was also an imperfect system. For one thing, the motor Westinghouse employed was inefficient and unwieldy. Tesla worked on it feverishly, but could not complete the work at a pace that satisfied Westinghouse. Edison's DC stations numbered around 1,500, spread across factories and other commercial interests, and primarily powered lighting systems. Although direct current had been implemented for other purposes as well, one of the reasons why Edison's systems garnered lesser success than alternating current may have been that Edison had very little interest in motors, or in providing electrical power to industry for that matter, and outsourced the building of his motors to the Sprague Electric Railway and Motor Company. Danish physicist and chemist Hans Christian Ørsted, 1777 to 1851, discovered how a magnetic field is produced during the transmission of current. Michael Faraday, 1791 to 1867, also a scientist, found that introducing a wire to the magnetic directs the electrical signal through the wire. As one researcher explains, an alternating current in a primary conductor, because of the constantly changing direction of the current, and thus constantly changing the direction of the magnetic field, will induce a similar current in a nearby secondary conductor. In the transformer, the conductor wires are formed into coils to enhance the magnetic field and induction effects, and by varying the ratio of turns in the primary and secondary coils. The transformer can be used to change the voltage in the secondary. Westinghouse's employee, William Stanley, came up with a workable transformer in 1886. For the Niagara Electrification Project, Westinghouse was chosen by the Niagara Falls Power Company to design the system to generate alternating current. The Vanderbilts, Astors, and Morgans provided financing to build large underground conduits that would send electricity as far away as Buffalo. Edison chafed at being shut out of the project. Love, marriage, and Seminole Lodge. The widower Edison was accomplishing his myriad scientific feats, all the while trying to manage the care of his 3 small children. Luckily, he met and married a well-educated and highly competent woman. Thomas's second wife was the daughter of a successful, paradigm-shifting inventor. Born to Lewis Miller and his wife Mary, young Mina, one of 11 children, was groomed to respect ingenuity and education, qualities that served Edison well when the time came to ask for Mina's hand in marriage. Lewis Miller was an excellent student and later teacher, and he invented improvements to agricultural tools and machines that would push the farming industry into the 20th century. Miller also believed both public and church-led education systems were flawed and needed reform. The Millers were wealthy enough to wield influence, and Lewis Miller achieved much of what he hoped, both personally and professionally. In 1885, after a relatively typical coming-of-age successful high school career and grand tour, Mina began to attend Miss Johnson's, a finishing school for young ladies in Boston, Massachusetts. Close friends and business colleagues of Edison's, Mr. and Mrs. Ezra Gilliland of Boston recognized their friend was floundering as a bachelor and set to work to find him an appropriate match. Although Edison is reported to have enjoyed the company of women, he may not have been ideal husband material. He frequently had foul breath and dandruff, and he was known to have dressed carelessly for a man of his station in life. Also, his deafness caused him to shout and to lean in uncomfortably close when talking. He abstained from alcohol and said, "To put alcohol into the human body is like putting sand in the bearings of an engine. I am a total abstainer from alcoholic liquor. I always thought I had a better use for my head." He was a known workaholic, long before the term existed. Still, he must have possessed some charms, because in 1885, Mina Miller agreed to become his wife when he proposed to her using Morse code. In 1886, the newlyweds moved into a home called Glenmont in Llewellyn Park, New Jersey, one of the first planned suburban communities in the U.S. founded by Llewellyn Solomon Haskell in 1853. The former woodland and farming area was transformed into a picturesque community of fine estate homes surrounded by carefully planned natural and cultivated landscaping. The neighborhood likely appealed to Edison's futurist tendencies. The idea there could be an ideal community that was carefully planned and designed for wealthy city dwellers looking for a home in the country was perfect for Mina and Thomas. The 29-room, Queen Anne-style home was decorated and furnished by a well-known interior designers, Potier and Stymus, in keeping with the Edison's social aspirations. The home featured the firm's Gothic style, combined with decorative arts and Victorian-age furnishings. Hand-stenciled walls complemented the first-floor library with its ceiling-height cabinets, fully stocked with leather-bound books. Throughout the home, every effort was made to emphasize good taste and status. The Edisons were keen supporters of the arts, and they reveled in displaying their investments in culture. No expense was spared in bringing in Persian rugs, major works of painting and sculpture, clocks from Tiffany & Company, and fine French porcelain to grace the halls and rooms of Glenmont. The home also exemplified modernity and featured marvels such as hot and cold running water, a central heating system, and a refrigerator room in the kitchen. Edison had the home wired for direct current electricity soon after he purchased it and powered the lights with a line that ran directly from his lab in West Orange. Early that year, Edison had traveled to Fort Myers, Florida, to recover from an illness exacerbated by the chilly northern climate. In the balmy, sun-drenched South, Edison built a winter retreat for his soon-to-be wife, Mina. He purchased acreage, complete with a small clapboard shack, and developed the property into an elegant place to holiday away from the New Jersey laboratory. He dubbed the property Seminole Lodge, to honor the local native tribe. Located on the bank of the Calahoosahatchee River, the site was ideally suited for Edison to build a laboratory, a house, a guest house, and other buildings to meet the needs of his growing family. It suited him in other ways as well, having first been attracted by the naturally growing bamboo on his property, which he was using to improve light bulb filaments, and seemed to have all the qualities the inventor was looking for in property. Edison was keenly interested in botany. He appreciated plants for their potential industrial uses, an interest he'd put to good use during wartime. But he also had an eye for beauty. The retreat would eventually boast a rose garden, moonlight garden, as well as a botanical research garden, later known as the Edison Botanical Laboratory, with more than 1,000 plant and tree varieties from around the globe. In the late 1920s, Edison would work closely with his friend and neighbor Henry Ford to identify a plant that could be the source of domestic rubber. At the time, all rubber was imported, and both Edison and Ford realized that should trade be cut off due to war or another international crisis, many of their industrial interests could fail. Edison, Ford, and another colleague, Harvey Firestone, formed the Edison Botanic Research Corporation in 1927. After testing close to 17,000 plants, Edison identified the plant Solidago Edisonia, or goldenrod, as a potential source of the latex necessary to produce rubber. During World War II, a synthetic version would take the place of natural rubber. Edison's war work. World War I set in motion new directions for Edison's work. On April 6, 1917, the United States declared war on Germany, joining Britain, France, and Russia in an alliance. Edison was 67 years old in 1914, working feverishly in his New Jersey laboratory. Edison's innovations had, until that point, primarily served civilian needs. However, when it became apparent that Germany's U-boats could undermine the success of the Allied forces by keeping merchant vessels on the run, Edison stepped up to assist. The sinking of the Lusitania in 1915 also impelled Edison to action. The New York Times interviewed Edison that year, and he explained, "Science is going to make war a terrible thing. Too terrible to contemplate. Pretty soon, we can be mowing down men by the thousands or even millions, almost by pressing a button." Edison recognized enormous gaps in America's preparedness for war. The New York Times reported Edison was calling for a massive research effort to be undertaken. His vision would include military, civil, and political participation, and its goal would be to take advantage of the knowledge gained through this research work and quickly manufacture in large quantities of the most efficient and very latest instruments of warfare. Working within the tightly laced structures of the American naval hierarchy would prove a significant challenge for freewheeling Edison, but his contribution was notable. A few years before the outbreak of war, Edison visited Europe for a holiday and sightseeing tour with his family. Not intended as a work or promotional trip, admirers mobbed Edison in Britain, France, Austria, Switzerland, and Hungary. Upon returning to America, the Miami metropolis interviewed Edison, and he revealed a series of predictions for what the world may become 100 years hence. During his holiday, he had witnessed significant changes in the popularity and application of steam in industry and transportation, and predicted that steam would gradually give way to other types of power resources. Notably, he predicted high-speed electric train travel. He also believed air travel would become more than just a dangerous novelty, but a swift and convenient means of public transportation. Edison thought new processes for refining metals into lightweight steel would result in new uses for the material. He said, "The baby of the 21st century will be rocked in a steel cradle. His father will sit in a steel chair at a steel dining table, and his mother's boudoir will be sumptuously equipped with steel furnishings." His hopeful attitude towards technological potential was often accurate, but sometimes he overestimated its influence and promoted ideas that were more fanciful than plausible. He predicted, for example, that because of technical developments, poverty would be eradicated by 2011. His predictions of warfare were notable in their accuracy. He also saw that in the future, nations would stockpile armaments, making warfare either impossible to consider or a final, devastating event. When war did begin in Europe, Edison reacted with horror and concern. It was, he said, against his nature to contribute his inventiveness to the project of killing. Making things which kill men is against my fiber. I leave that death-dealing work to my friends, the Maxim brothers. The Maxim brothers were American inventors who caused Edison no end of trouble with their patent disputes. They claim the electric light bulb was their invention. Despite his moral hesitation, Edison felt that organizing military preparedness in an industrial model could improve chances of Allied victory. Still, the war had an impact on Edison's work. In his Orange, New Jersey factory, the materials he needed to produce phonograph records, namely phenol or carbolic acids, were cut off by the embargo. The alternative, widely critiqued by his competitors, was to create the acids from American coal, but no manufacturing facility yet existed, and chemical developers and manufacturers were reluctant to undertake the project. Edison, like a dog with a bone, compelled his staff to begin working on developing a new process to produce synthetic phenol. He had a plant built and fully operational, and within a month was generating tons of very high-quality phenol. Later, this same factory would produce other essential chemicals for industry. Wartime reduced supply of many essential products, and Edison's work significantly filled the gap. Edison had previously demonstrated an interest in naval technology, working on torpedoes during the 1890s and the Spanish-American War. He even invented a weapon that would spray electrified water onto the enemy. It was an ingenious but cruel idea. Fortunately, the weapon never went into production. Edison's primary interest regarding naval warfare was to convince the American Navy to replace their lead-acid batteries with his alkaline storage batteries. In 1915, an F-4 naval submarine sank and lost all hands. Edison was convinced beyond all doubt that a faulty, dangerous lead-acid battery was responsible for the incident. The alkaline battery, while efficient and much safer than lead-acid batteries, were far more expensive to produce. He enlisted a friend and fellow inventor, Miller Reese Hutchinson, to promote the alkaline battery for the American Navy. One reporter for the New York Times was convinced and in 1915 wrote, "Edison, the man opposed to war and its implements, has perfected a battery that will not only make the submarine habitable by preventing asphyxiation of the crew, but will practically double the strategic efficiency of the submarine craft." The American Navy also recognized the merits of the newer technology and ordered Hutchinson to proceed with fitting their submarines with Edison's batteries. When Edison was notified by telegram of this important success, he replied, "I thought I was some optimist, but your telegram will cause the boys around here to lash me to the machinery to keep me from flying." Unfortunately, the battery would later be responsible for a devastating accident, resulting in the deaths of 5 men. Courts found that safety procedures had not been followed correctly, but a suit was brought against Edison, and the debacle cost him $66,000 to settle. The Secretary of the Navy, Josephus Daniels, joined Edison in forming a naval consulting board to provide technical advice and support to the Navy during wartime. Both Daniels and Edison were wary of Navy protocol and had little patience with the formalities the Navy imposed, and Edison believed military men lacked imagination. After the war ended, he remarked, "I made about 45 inventions during the war, all perfectly good ones, and they pigeonholed every one of them. The naval officer resents any interference by civilians. Those fellows are a closed corporation." This was a characteristic of Edison's personality. He wanted to be in charge and chafed when he was not. Daniels was better at playing the game, but in fact, naval higher-ups scoffed at Daniels' concept of an advisory committee for invention, chalking it up to his already dubious reputation as a crackpot. When the new board was planning one of its first meetings, even Franklin Delano Roosevelt bypassed the invitation, saying, "Tomorrow the inventors come in force, but I am dodging the trip to Mount Vernon. Most of these worthies are like Henry Ford, who until he saw a chance for some publicity free of charge, thought a submarine was something to eat." Edison was named the president of the new Naval Consulting Board, but another individual, William H. Saunders, was appointed to chair the meetings due to Edison's deafness. Edison was able to keep up during the sessions by having his friend and colleague Hutchinson use Morse code to live stream the discussion by tapping on Edison's knee. The board was made up of scientific and industrious luminaries such as Willis R. Whitney of the General Electric Research Laboratory, Howard E. Coffin of the American Society of Automotive Engineers, Arthur Compton and Robert Millikan, physicists and future Nobel Prize winners, among others. Edison, although known to be prickly, made a positive impression on many board members. Millikan reportedly said that Edison's ears were gone, but there had been no crystallizing of his mind, such as occurs with some of us before we are born. With others, especially with so-called men of action, before we are 40, and with most of us by the time we are 70. Edison was 76 at the time. The Edison board began its work with no staff, legal status, or budget, but due to wide publicity and the association of the board's activities with so many famous individuals, resulted in a deluge of suggestions for ways to improve the Navy's performance. They established a New York office and reviewed hundreds and eventually hundreds of thousands of concepts mailed in by amateur inventors nationwide. Edison's laboratory concept received funding to the tune of $1 million, but wasn't constructed until after the end of World War I. Disagreements about where to locate the facility rankled. Edison preferred Sandy Hook, which would place it near his other facilities, but most of the board members thought Annapolis was a more practical choice. The spot south of Washington would take the prize, but soon after Edison lost faith in the project, noting, "I am convinced that it will ultimately be controlled by naval officers, that its position at Washington will always be a handicap, and that it will be an expense to the government without producing any practical results." He'd be proved wrong, and the very same laboratory would one day develop the critical wartime tool, radar. Edison resigned from the board in 1920, but continued to work at solving military problems. Edison's wartime work on submarines produced essential developments. He began by seeking to acquire as much knowledge as he could about the German U-boats, but was often frustrated by the lack of data available. In 1917, he learned that no concrete data about ships sinking had yet been compiled and examined, and undertook to pull together a report on his own. Edison's work revealed submarine activity was focused primarily on established shipping lanes, close to the major ports in both Britain and France. He recommended that ships attempt a transit of the English Channel only during darkness, and felt the density of traffic was a problem that could and should be adjusted. Furthermore, he suggested that ships rely more heavily on the use of surroundings and charts to determine their positions, and avoid reliance on lighthouses and coastal features, resulting in routes much more accessible for German submariners to track. Edison also thought Allied ships were too visible to the enemy and suggested unused masts be cut down completely, smoke funnels shortened, and that a less smoke-producing type of coal be substituted for the boilers. Edison's seemingly boundless imagination was responsible for many suggestions, but it's unclear if any were ever employed. Gunnery was also within the range of Edison's experimentation. He was concerned about how to prevent rust in naval guns and sought to improve the accuracy of projectiles into the water. To aid in his experiments, Edison managed to get his hands on a submarine, the SP-192, a patrol boat. He uprooted his family, moving to Connecticut to test some of his theories and inventions. Mrs. Edison was not pleased with this turn of events. In a letter to her son, she complained, "I detested on the boat and longed to be home. I wish I knew just how much and what Papa wants me out here for. The more cluttered the place, the more contented father seems to be. I could kill Hutchinson for ever getting him into this mess. Still, Edison continued his experiments, testing new types of sea anchors and various methods for preventing ships from sinking when struck by torpedoes, or deflecting them altogether. Submarine detection was another concern, and Edison enjoyed working on the problem, even though it baffled him at times. He'd have some success, but would eventually be outdone by Willis Whitney, an advisor at General Electric, and Lee DeForest, a radio and telegraph expert. And it was reported that Edison was gracious in defeat and impressed by his colleagues' work. Edison and anti-Semitism. Between the years of 1914 and 1924, Edison and three of his closest friends, Henry Ford, Harvey Firestone, and John Burroughs, spent summers together camping in various scenic locations around the country, including the Adirondacks, Appalachia, and the Everglades. They called their group the Four Vagabonds, and the epic campouts often involved an entire fleet of Ford motor cars, servants, and even a table large enough to seat 20. Each man had an assigned role. Edison was the map-bearer and navigator, which suited his desire to control their explorations to some degree. Firestone took care of food, and the cooks to prepare it. Ford oversaw the vehicles and any mechanical difficulties that arose, and Burroughs, a naturalist, provided bird and plant identification on their frequent ambles. The trips were part lark. The men liked to swim, chop wood, and sit around the campfire discussing philosophy, science, and politics, and part publicity stunt, with frequent stops for photo opportunities and interviews with local journalists. The trips became such a spectacle that eventually they had to be discontinued. Edison had a close friendship with Henry Ford, a known anti-Semite. But does that imply that Edison possessed anti-Semitic views as well? Evidence on the topic is mixed, but a brief examination of the context surrounding anti-Semitism is revealing. Stereotypes and discrimination of Jewish people were systemic and pervasive in Europe for centuries. In America, anti-Semitism arose in the late 1800s and was promoted by the Ku Klux Klan and by Henry Ford, who opposed World War I and believed Jews orchestrated the war for profit. He also believed Jews made little contribution to society and that the stereotypical Jewish financier was a criminal who deserves to be removed. Ford promoted his anti-Semitic ideas through his publication, The Dearborn Independent. His attitude was unequivocal. Jews are the scavengers of the world. Wherever there's anything wrong with a country, you'll find the Jews on the job there. Edison and Ford first met at a conference in 1896. Ford had admired Edison, and the new friendship was deeply satisfying to him. Edison was impressed with Ford's work on a gas-powered car and knew it would be a success. It was the first genuine encouragement that Ford had ever received, and it meant the world to the young businessman. In later years, the two giants of the industry would frequently travel together, and Ford eventually purchased property next door to Edison's Florida estate. It was widely reported the two gave each other expensive gifts. It seems impossible that they could be so close without sharing political views. But the evidence is contradictory. Like many, Edison believed there was a connection between Jews and communism, the most hated political ideology of the time. A somewhat contradictory perspective that Jews were innately capable of making money was another belief that Edison shared with many. He once wrote, "I wish they, Jews, would all quit making money." However, Edison also recognized the Jews were a much persecuted minority and looked forward to a change in their status. In response to a letter from the American Jewish Congress requesting his support, Edison replied, "I am in favor of having a Jewish Congress, as well as any other device that Jews can think of, to obtain their rights. I believe the day is not far distant when men will not be persecuted for wanting to go to heaven in their own way, and not in some other people's way." Edison also employed Jews, though not in great numbers, and even featured a photograph of Jewish banker Otto Kahn on the wall of his laboratory. Kahn had cleverly reorganized railway transportation systems in America, and was a builder and patron of the arts well known in New York and beyond. One Russian Jewish scientist, who worked for Edison, argued that his employer was no more prejudiced than anyone else. It was difficult for any Jew to get a job, so restricted were the laboratories. But Edison didn't care who you were as long as you were a good worker. Unfortunately, some evidence suggests otherwise. Edison's wealth partly financed the Institute for Historical Review, an organization that sought to deny the Holocaust ever happened. Also, many of Edison's sample films featured comic stereotypes of Jews as crafty, cunning, and burdened with large, ugly noses. Cohen's fire sale in 1907 is one example in which the Jewish shop owner appears to give a poor, cold beggar a brand new warm coat for free. When the beggar walks away from the shop, we see "Shop at Cohen's" emblazoned across the back. In fact, Edison's aggressive foray into filmmaking had pushed many Jewish producers and directors, including Carl Laemmle, founder of Universal Pictures, out of the East Coast industry. Edison expected to receive royalties from individuals who were using his technology to make films, and more than 200 lawsuits were filed on behalf of his motion picture patents company. The Trust, as the company was known to insiders, gave rights to cooperating filmmakers to use Edison's cameras and granted the Eastman Kodak Company a monopoly on producing the film for them. Before long, though, a new way of creating short, inexpensive films emerged. The Nickelodeon and many of Edison's Jewish competitors found a gap in the trust and courted the movie houses with the popular and sometimes off-color short films. This gave Edison even more fuel to fire his dislike of Jews. He claimed his films would uphold the moral integrity of society, and the Nickelodeons and later. Hollywood films were morally corrupt. By this time, though, it was too late for Edison to take the day. The industry had moved west and was by and large owned and controlled by a very wealthy and thriving Jewish community. In correspondence with author and Jewish historian Isaac Martins, Edison wrote, "The Jews are certainly a remarkable people, and strange to me in their isolation from all the rest of mankind, as those mysterious people the gypsies. While there are some terrible examples in mercantile pursuits, the moment they get into art, music, and science, and literature, the Jew is fine." In 2015, the State of Israel had planned to release a postage stamp featuring an image of Edison. The release was halted when it was discovered that many still believe Edison was an anti-Semite. Telegraphy and leaving home. By age 14, Thomas was comfortable in the railway world. Once, as he and a young companion kicked rocks along the tracks in Port Huron, Michigan, Thomas noticed a toddler messing about on the tracks ahead, unmindful of rolling boxcar. Edison sprang into action and whisked the boy away just in time. The boy's father was J.U. Mackenzie, a station master in neighboring Mount Clemens, Michigan. He described the event saying, "My son, then 2.5 years old, unobserved by his nurse, had strayed upon the main track and was amusing himself throwing pebbles, when Edison, who stood near with papers under his arm, turned and saw the child's danger. Throwing aside his papers, he plunged between the cars just in time to drag himself and the child clear of the approaching cars." Mackenzie was grateful for Edison's quick-thinking bravery, and he offered to train Thomas to become a telegrapher as a reward for his courage and presence of mind. The profession of telegraphy, though popular, had a less than lily-white reputation. Unsavory activities like drinking and gambling were pervasive, perhaps because it was largely a young man's game and involved late hours and long shifts of work. Often, Edison was cold and hungry. Edison's problems weren't linked to vice, however. He was let go from numerous telegrapher positions for sending messages and conducting experiments without authorization. Sometimes he'd be homeless between telegraphy jobs. Always the maverick, Edison was unconcerned and soon began devising ways to improve the existing telegraphic system. In 1864, he came up with the idea that reduced errors in telegraphed messages, called a Morse repeater. The invention slowed down the message at the receiving end by punching the dots and dashes of Morse code into a slower running strip of paper, resulting in fewer operator errors. This work carried Edison into maturity and established his reputation for inventiveness. In 1866, at age 19, Edison relocated to Louisville, a busy place that year given it was the location for Union soldiers to muster and finally be released to their homes following the end of the war. Kentucky had declared an end to the war, and streets filled with celebrants, freed slaves and soldiers alike. The Western Union hired Edison to work the Associated Press Bureau newswire. Edison preferred working nights so that he might read and experiment in peace. In fact, he spent so much time alone in his room working on inventions and improvements that some of his co-workers referred to him as the loony. Edison was unmoved. He had found his calling in scientific and technological experimentation, and he was unapologetic. It was during this time that Edison developed his unusual sleeping routine. He never slept more than 3 or 4 hours at a spell, and often stated he felt sleep constituted a waste of his time. He felt any state that diminished productivity must be banished, and he later chose employees based on their physical stamina and ability to concentrate late into the night, saying, "At first the boys had some difficulty in keeping awake and would go to sleep under stairways and in corners. We employed watchers to bring them out, and in time they got used to it." 2 years later, Edison moved to Boston, where, still with the Western Union, he continued to experiment and invent. He had a knack for quick comprehension of mechanical devices, and his confidence grew. He decided to resign. In 1869, Edison was determined to invent full-time and make his fortune. The relationship between Edison's innovations and the acquisition of wealth was unequivocal. He once remarked, "Anything that won't sell, I don't want to invent. Sales are proof of utility, and utility is success." He began this new phase with an invention that recorded legislative votes. It was a failure, although a fellow telegrapher, DeWitt Roberts, invested the exorbitant sum of $100 in the concept. When Edison demonstrated the invention for a congressional committee, they flatly rejected it as anathema to the intentionally slow system for gathering votes already in place. Now out of funds and discouraged, Edison made a move to the growing metropolis of New York. There, telegraph engineer Franklin L. Pope befriended Edison. He saw his potential and offered him a place to sleep at the offices of the New York Gold Indicator Company. Luckily, Edison was on site when the master ticker tape machine broke down and was able to repair it. He was promptly offered a job. Later that same year, he refashioned the invention for use in the stock exchange, and his universal stock ticker made him a small fortune. By connecting the central office of Western Union with outlying stations, Thomas created a network of communications that was precedent-setting. His adaptations made it possible to transmit 4 messages at a time over a single wire. He asked the Western Union to pay $5,000 for the invention, and was more than a little surprised when they paid him $30,000 instead. With the windfall in hand, Edison invested in Newark, New Jersey Telegraph Machine Factory. The factory became Edison's first official inventing workshop, Menlo Park. The next generation of Edisons. Edison and Nancy Stilwell's daughter and first child, Marian Estelle, Dot, was born in 1873. She once said of her famous father that his work always came first. When her father remarried after the death of her mother, Marian found herself often in conflict with Mina, who was also a very young woman and now her stepmother. The dynamic created a rift between Marian and her father, who'd previously been close, and Marian felt that Mina had taken her place in the family. After completing her boarding school education in New Jersey and Massachusetts, Marian spent much of her adult life in Europe, survived a 17-week battle with smallpox. During the illness, she'd received only 2 letters from her father and felt slighted and hurt by his inattention to her plight. In 1895, Marian married a German army officer, Oskar Oeser. The couple held differing views on the war, and their marriage ended in divorce in 1919. Marian, like many Edisons, lived to a ripe old age of 93 and died in 1965. Edison's second child, Thomas A. Edison Jr., Dash, was born January 10, 1876. He was only 8 years old when his mother, Mary Stilwell, passed away. It's certain that Thomas Jr. had little contact with his busy father. and as a youngster was raised by relatives. In his early teens, he attended boarding schools in Concord, New Hampshire and Staten Island, New York, and was only a middling success at his studies. While at school, he maintained a correspondence with his new stepmother, Mina, and seemed to be unusually close to her, perhaps due to their closeness in age. She would have been in her mid-20s as he was becoming a young man. He left school at 17 and took work in his father's failing mine, never taking on more than menial jobs. He drank to excess, and in some of his correspondence with school friends, he seems to suffer from symptoms of psychosis. He married for the first time in 1888 and divorced a year later. In 1906, he married Beatrice Hazer, a nurse who'd care for him during a serious illness a few years prior. Thomas Jr. tried to profit from the Edison name with several schemes, including remedies and inventions, including a better light bulb, wizard ink tablets, and a lamp that would use ocean waves to generate electricity. But he didn't have his father's knack with either invention or business. His inventions were duds, and his father complained in Life magazine, "I'm thinking of a scheme to prevent persons from using the name I have striven honorably to protect." Thomas Jr. even promoted an electrical device called the Magno-Electric Vitalizer, promising a cure for almost any ailment, including rheumatism, deafness, and menstrual symptoms. But it barely functioned and certainly provided no cures. Eventually, the Edison Sr. filed a court injunction to prevent further use of his name, calling his son absolutely illiterate scientifically and otherwise. He also had Thomas Jr. agree to accept a modest allowance in lieu of being wholly disowned. During this period, he lived with Beatrice under an assumed name and operated a mushroom farm. Now in his 30s, Thomas Jr. became increasingly depressed and continued to drink heavily. He returned briefly to work for the Edison laboratories, primarily due to efforts of his brother, and even sat briefly on the Edison Company board of directors. Sadly, though, Thomas Jr. died under somewhat mysterious circumstances, possibly suicide, but undoubtedly hastened by his alcoholism. William Leslie Edison was born in 1878 and was 2 years younger than his closest sibling, Thomas Jr. Like his older brother, William's relationship with his father was strained. After completing boarding school and attending Sheffield Scientific School at Yale, he participated in both the Spanish-American War in 1898, the First World War where he was a sergeant in the U.S. Army Tank Corps in England and France. After his discharge, he rejected his father's life of scientific inquiry and instead became a chicken farmer. Edison once said of William, "I see no reason whatever why I should support my son. He has done me no honor and has brought the blush of shame to my cheeks many times." Edison's 3 children with Mina Miller were all born at the Glenmont property. The first, Madeline, was born in 1888. Nicknamed Toots, she later attended Bryn Mawr College, where she demonstrated exceptional intelligence. Little is known of her relationship with her father. In 1914, she married aviator John Ayres Sloan in her parents' drawing room. The elder Edisons were not pleased with her choice because John was Catholic. The marriage produced 4 grandchildren for Thomas and Mina. Madeline ran for Congress in 1938, and later she took over care of the Edison birthplace in Milan, Ohio. Madeline died February 14, 1979. In August 1890, Charles Edison was born. This was the same year that his father formed the Edison General Electric Company. After an early career operating a little theater, Charles married Carolyn Hawkins in 1918. His father disapproved of the theatrical life and brought him into the family business, beginning with a job in Edison Records. Charles presided over Thomas A. Edison Incorporated, starting in 1927. He also had an impressive political career and was made governor of New Jersey in 1940. He was mostly responsible for creating a charitable organization that bare the Edison's name, including the Charles Edison Fund, formerly the Brooke Foundation, and the Charles Edison Youth Fund, later renamed the Fund for American Studies. He died in 1969 at age 78. Theodore Miller Edison, the last Edison child, was born July 10, 1898. Possibly the child most like his father in temperament, the family called Theodore the little laboratory assistant. He earned a degree in physics from MIT in 1923 and stayed on as a graduate student. Surprisingly, he was the only Edison child to complete a college-level degree. Theodore married Anna Marie Osterhout in 1925. Interestingly, Anna's father was a professor of botany at Harvard and received some public attention when he theorized that adequate nutrition could be obtained from air, water, and sunlight. He worked briefly for Thomas A. Edison Incorporated, but later formed his own company, Calibron Industries Incorporated. Like his father, Theodore had many ideas for inventions and earned his first patent at age 33. His inventions included a mapping tool and a device that reduced vibration in machinery. He also shared his father's interest in ecology and put it to good use in attempts to preserve essential woodlands in Florida. In 1992, Theodore died from Parkinson's disease with more than 60 patents to his name. Edison's legacy. On October 18, 1931, Thomas Alva Edison passed away in West Orange, New Jersey, after 2 years of steadily declining health. During his lifetime, he established more than 100 companies and subsidiaries in diverse industries, including mining, railways, telegraphy, phonograph, motion pictures, and electric light. He introduced the idea of collaborative teamwork into the modern workplace and perfected systems for the mass manufacture of consumer goods. He carefully selected employees with expertise in the mathematics and technical skills he lacked. His Menlo Park laboratory complex employed 10,000 workers at its peak. Shaped by the times, Edison capitalized on the Industrial Revolution and ushered technology into the modern era. He exemplified the quality of perseverance, both professionally and personally. His family life, including 2 marriages and 6 children, also reflected 19th century society. Although a distant father, he cared for his children and tried to help them on their own path to success. President Herbert Hoover suggested the following in response to the nation's outpouring of grief at the loss of Edison. In response to this universal desire to pay personal respect to Mr. Edison's memory, I suggest that all individuals should extinguish their lights for 1 minute on Wednesday evening, October 21st at 7 o'clock Pacific Time, 8 o'clock Mountain Time, 9 o'clock Central Time, and 10 o'clock Eastern Time. It seems a fitting tribute to the man who made the light shine. Thomas A. Edison had been part promoter, part inventor, and part businessman, but never much of a father. His ideas and business aspirations were of greater importance to him than his relationships. Still, many of the Edison children made reasonably good lives for themselves, and the Edison name has maintained a reputation for respectability and ingenuity. Recently, some of Edison's descendants have protested efforts by the legislature to forestall the development of cleaner and more environmentally friendly light bulbs. Noting that their storied ancestor believed in progress and would be the first to embrace the new technology. His great-grandson, David Edison Sloan, remarked, "Edison would be inventing a better bulb right now, and he would plan to generate a lot of new jobs and big profits as well as better light." Edison himself once said, "When you have exhausted all possibilities, remember this: you haven't." Often criticized for being a reinventor, someone who rode on the coattails of others, Edison had his own peculiar talent for seeing flaws and working obsessively to improve and refine concepts and designs to make them functional and to develop streamlined and inexpensive means of manufacture for the inventions that were most in demand. Indeed, the world owes a debt of gratitude to the unusual man and his exceptional talents.